Good afternoon, one and all. Hopefully the weekend treated you well and the week is beginning in good style. That's right. Look at us, dude. Back to 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 back days. We just keep on pumping non-stop, baby. Gonna be a fun one, actually. We got some pub games. I'm currently messaging 1 or 2 players to see if maybe there's the potential for another show match. We'll see if that can actually happen, though. I'm not sure yet. But we'll see. Like, I'm gonna bump. Actually, let me bump a few extra people as well. We'll see what we can do though. So yeah, pretty cool weekend though. Some really epic games. I think viewership was also pretty nice. Like the amount of people we saw tuning in. Like I think we actually hit a new high for YouTube. YouTube was going crazy. Twitch guys were awesome as well. We did have someone trying to basically cover the show matches we literally just done, and we're like, no. Because it's like, why would people then come to your channel to watch? They're already watching that channel. If you have someone else to offer, sort of thing, right? It makes sense. Same reason why we didn't cast Wham's games. I don't know if you caught any of the Louis MT, Luciferon series. Louis Wham. Did anyone see that? Were they any good? Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I don't want to I shouldn't have to feel like a bad person when I'm to people like, look, dude, we literally paid for these matches. Please don't cast them. But yeah, I don't know. It's even weirder when there's literally no shout out or any acknowledgement. That's I think where it gets it's even worse than hey, can you not just cover what we're covering? But there's at least bare minimum shout it out. But we should have some fun ones today. I think we saw... Did I see some Zertan? I think Zertan's back on the grind, man. Just watched the Macedonian video? Oh, that's awesome. Hell yeah, man. Yeah. They're very Viking related. That was a down slope for the Byzantines at the time. And then he basically had the brilliant idea of hiring these intense, very aggressive, very angry Norse warriors that were fabled in battle, and it allowed them to begin to see a period of regrowth in a time of decline. But yeah, I'm a little bit sad we probably won't be able to get the other videos out. I think it's annoying because I feel like the time has passed where people are probably gonna be looking. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I don't know. I don't think my guys got the time. I wish I had a lot more money so that I could basically just be like, hey guy, to my editor, I'd be like, yo, literally just get these all done. Spend 8 hours, 10 hours a day to do it because I'm going to pay you proper. But, I don't have that much money. So, we have to work within the confines. It's really just unfortunate. I'm kind of agitated that we just have so little time to prep content. So here's what I mean by, comparison, right? If you look at European Universalists, a decent chunk of the creators for that had access to that well in advance. Much more advanced than AoE. So they had time to start ideating, to deep dive. We basically had to try and do a deep dive and then condense it down into a simplistic video and then ideate how we're gonna narrate that. Then we have to go get the footage and then we have to trim that footage down into 10-minute recordings and whatever, right? And we have to do all that with very limited time. And I feel bummed out about it because I feel like I broke a promise and I don't like that. But it's I don't know what to do about it because we're so busy on the stream grind and whatever. We haven't got time to, for me to do it because it would take a lot of time, guys. And then my guy doesn't have the time. So I'm really annoyed by it. And it's even if we now found the time, by the time we release it, a lot of people would have either seen these showcase videos of the civs or they would just be playing the game themselves. So it's I don't know, man. Anyone know the time that DLC were playable for us regular peasants? Haven't a clue. I didn't have to worry about that. By the way, good job for people signing up. I see we're starting to move that bar up. Remember, guys, Opera GX, we're welcoming them this month, so be sure to check them out. It's absolutely free to download, and downloading it and creating an account does support the channel financially, so be sure to check that out if you like the content we create. I send the link for Opera? Sure. I think I need to add it into the descriptions, actually. So that's a good shout. So let me quickly do that now. I thought I did add it to the descriptions on YouTube, but I guess I didn't. But I'll fix that now. bump that bad boy in. And here you go. Have a copy pasta. On me. Oh, wait. I can't make it that long. Okay. Here you go. Boom. Wait, what? Wait, what? There we go. Didn't realize YouTube had a character limit. That was news to me. I thought you could just make them as long as you want to. But anyway, let's see. So today, I think, what was I going to start with? I think I had a certain Canuck in mind. Or was it... Actually, no, sorry. We said Zertan's back in the action. So let's check in on Zertan. Or... do you guys want to start with some creator gameplay, or do you want to check in on Zertan? What do you guys prefer? I think I've got like someone in mind. I glanced the civs and saw the map, and I was like, this is a good topic to start the day on. We're going to be checking out creators. A new map just got added to Age of Empires 4, and it has a huge problem. One and all, welcome to Meteors. This is a brand... Oh, sorry, Craters. I keep calling it Meteors because that's what it's about. Craters, a new map that was just added to Age of Empires 4, and one that comes with a slight problem here, guys. They added something epic, a meteorite where you gather gold and stone, but have you noticed the civs? Have you guys gauged what the issue is going to be here? These two civs are indeed going to be a problem. Golden Horde, as well as the Mongols. Like, this, I think, is going to be everybody's pub games. And I don't know how I feel about it. Like, the problem here, guys, is Mongols and Golden Horde are balanced around their stone gathering and how it balances into the economy as you scale deeper in the game. But this particular map has an issue, and that issue is that they can gather from this. It's not an Uvu placement and getting some gold trickle. I think that would be more balanced, actually. It's that you can gather actively with the Mongol villages. Yeah, and the only reason they haven't done it yet is because they haven't spotted it yet. They need to find it first, but this is going to be a problem. I've already heard about this being flagged. Like, a lot of people think this is wild because at the moment, team games is Mongols, 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 Mongols. It's just all Mongols, and Wham is going to prove the point here. He moves across. As a reminder, at this stage in the game, both of these civs are meant to be limited to 60 stone, 60, or 70 stone a minute. 70 for Mongols, 60 for Golden Horde. This will allow you to completely bypass that, because you rapidly gather gold and stone. And where that gets crazy is Mongols can use this to build up a ridiculous army with double production. And Golden Horde are now able, because of this, to rapido into a bunch of technologies that are balanced by their limited access in the early game. Or, simply put it, into units like your Torgud, which are tanky Keshiks. And this is actually like another layer to it now that I think about it with Mongols. On this map, because you have shoreline fish nearby, remember, you have a gur you can move. Like, this is incredibly advantageous what he's doing here. He's going to have to set up a second gur just because he's rushing the timing. Golden 10's going to be coming in, but I don't think the devs necessarily thought about this. Like, the idea of golden stone gathering is really cool, but there's a reason why this civ isn't allowed it. Like, my recommendation would probably be to the devs to make it so that you can Uvu this as Mongols. Because look at the stone and gold. You are seeing that correctly. You equal gather gold and stone. Right? So harvesting a meteorite is already incredibly valuable because it's double the efficiency. But on civs like this, it just completely skews the balance design choices devs have made. This stone's going to be coming in, magic. Yeah, okay, there you go. I was about to say, he must not scout it yet. So he's moving across now, so Gurdrop's going to move over. I imagine he's going to be stockpiling wood to set up a production building. Like, we might just say straight up Keshiks here, to be honest with you. This is the crazy thing, is like the Golden Horde and Mongols benefit so much from this on the stone side because it really leans into the idea of like getting Keshiks or Torgud. Because Torgud cost a lot of stone, as you can see there, 150 food and 200 stone. And then, by comparison, if you want to double produce Keshiks, you need a lot of food and gold, but then you need 200 stone. Yeah, this is going to be wild. When I glanced the match histories and I saw they both picked the Mongol civs, I was like, okay. Yeah, this is probably going to be a perfect example for showing how silly it is. I love how some people are still fixated on the feudal healer elephants. Nah, this actually might somehow eclipse the brokenness. Cardin Thordagood is coming in. I really hope they change the way teching works for Golden Horde a little bit. I think you should be able to just increase the speed at a rate of villagers building landmarks, but then only a quarter of that. So, like, you know, for how long it took him to build the deer stone there, you would increase the teching rate per villager by, like, 25% as much efficiency as a villager building would. I no chat on screen anymore. I think it's because when we like done these early games, I thought people would want to look. I'll probably enable it again for pub games, but like in the early days, we were showing pub games, and we figured people wanted to see the full bar and everything. It'll come back, don't worry. Okay, so look at this. A civ that can double produce, and he already has 135 plus stone per minute. He's only meant to have 100. Now, if he sets up another Uvu, this starts to get ridiculous. Archer range as well. So just balancing out the composition. And you see what I mean about the tech timings being really weird for Golden Horde? Like, they just feel so slow. For a civ that's meant to be about aggression and control, it feels like they're always later than everyone else. Yeah, in fairness, having to build this outpost didn't help him. Because remember, the outposts here do cost 200 resources, which just slows you down even more. Stable's going to be coming in, so Wham, he's going to be mirroring Keshik play. But he's going to have tanky Keshiks and then the more DPS-heavy Keshiks, remember. Magic, I don't know, man. The archers feel like a little bit of a waste here, but I guess he could turn it into Magadai. I just don't know if you want to. Still, we are now at 320 stone a minute, and he only has one Uvu. It's freaking ridiculous. Can Mongols mine stone on this map? Yeah, because of the meteor. The meteorite is actually not categorized as stone, it's categorized as gold. Honestly, like, I think this is probably easy to change because technically, if it shows stone, the Mongols shouldn't be able to touch it. But like, then you'd have to let them have an Uvu that would generate gold and stone. So there's definitely some clunky mechanics that would have to be reworked here. But I'm warning you guys now, when you get access to this, and you start playing team games. I think this map is actually already in rotation on the standard server before the expansion goes live. It's Mongols everywhere. You know, someone shoot me a screenshot. It was 7 Mongol picks out of 8 possible picks for that map. You're going to see why, with how quickly these numbers are going to start inflating. Magic with 5 Keshiks already in the field. And remember, look at this. It's double production. He's just constantly vomiting out double batches. Oh, man. See, Golden Horde, like, they have their uses like we highlighted, but I don't think they're as good as Mongols. I think for Golden Hordes, they will benefit more in the mid-game from all this stone they're generating. Because you could just get more than simply Thordagood. You could get these edicts. You could get the batch production. Like, think about it this way. He's gathering almost 300 stone a minute. It would take him 3 minutes to get Stable's reinforcements, which would give him an extra Keshik for free every time he produces. That's where Golden Horde gets crazy. But Mongols will definitely be kings currently because they activate so much quicker. And this feels bad as well. Like, think about it this way. You know, if you guys ever played a Mongol v Mongol and it feels really bad when it's Keshik on Keshik and you're losing. Because any damage you took and now afterwards your opponent's just healing by burning your buildings because you build Uvus. You build away from the base. So great read by Magic. The Magadai are becoming more of a nuisance now. And Wham shows no signs of switching. You think Golden Horde seems less intimidating than Mongols? Yes and no. I think Mongols has more tempo because they have some Dark Age rush options. But I think Golden Horde, when you get in the mid-game, Golden Horde eclipses Mongols in my opinion. The only reason it wouldn't look like that is because a good Mongol player will do damage earlier. But Golden Horde have this crazy scale point around Castle Age. Like, when you start thinking of Golden Horde a bit more like Malians, it starts to click. And what I mean by that is not for the cow. I'm talking more for the production waves. Thordagood and Keshiks. are actually going to be able to scare Magic away here. I think maybe, is he gone too hard into Magadai? It kind of feels like it. Why did he do that instead of just doubling down on Keshix? I guess he was worried about Spearman. Yeah, because I feel like Magic in this game, if he just keeps spamming out Keshix, he just dominates. Instead, he's just trying to, I guess, scale to that point. Like, Melee's really good in small numbers, but when you get up to 20, 30, 40 units, that's when Magadais become kings. And in fairness to him, it hasn't looked too bad in these engagements because Wham hasn't got Undermesh yet. What he does have is this, though. This is a sick counterplay. Wham, you monster. So he spends 600 stone at 9 minutes. He's already able to afford this alongside all of those Torgu that, remember, cost stone. And now he's going to get the body shields, the Karash. Remember, this means every batch production, you'll get a Karash for free. The reason that's important is the +1 armor. Melee Clash coming in. Magadai trying to assist. Damage buff is starting to activate. So Magic, the plan's failing. He has to back away. Oh, this is going to get dirty. Wham. Has he activated the new edict? He has. Karash is now activated. So every time that he pushes out Keshix here, he will get a Karash. And the Karash give you +1 melee, +1 ranged. That is very impactful here. You're mirrored on Keshix. Now you're just making them better because they're already better. You get 1.5 extra damage. Now it's a 2.5 damage difference per Keshix strike in return. But then the Magadai. That's the Giga Brain of Wham here. The Magadai have 6 damage. You can only get up to 4 ranged armor. But with Karash, you will get 5 ranged armor, meaning it would take 145 arrows to kill a Keshix. I gotta give it to him. Like, the state of the game looked grim when you looked at the numbers and you look at how quickly Mongols scale with the stone production. But if there was a way to get out of this jam, this is it. And he's even ramping it up further. We've got increased supplies. Like, this is ridiculous. I have not seen a Golden Horn player in Feudal Age get these techs this quickly while building Torgu. It's too expensive. They are designed to be gradually attained. Remember, by default, you get 60 stone a minute from an Uvu. You can build 2 Uvus in Feudal. That's 120 stone. You could buff them with Uvu Offering, which would get you up to about 160 stone a minute. He's at 450 stone a minute. We are approaching the point where he could get batch production 2 minutes from now. It's completely broken. Oh my god. And Magic, I mean, just the size of his army while still teching. Think about the Magadai and Keshik costs while still being able to have reserves to think about teching. And remember, this meteorite, it's not like a small boon. It's not 2,000 resources or 1,500. It's 4,000. I think that's the other hiccup. Maybe make an argument that Mongols should be able to harvest this. But you're now making an argument that Mongols should be able to get 4,000 stone while gathering gold. And reminder, a big stone cropping only has 2,400 stone. It means that this is almost double the stone you would get out of a large stone outcropping. And you get it equally while gathering gold. I would be shocked if this lasts a week. So gobble up while you can. As Wham looks to gobble up this army, but attack speed arrow is going to get activated. However, the Karash are not being sniped quick enough. There's a few too many of them in there. There's still 2 remaining. Needs to find them. The Magic, he has got spears coming through. More Karash are on the way. This is the problem, Wham! Just keeps vomiting out units and getting the body shields for free. And they're even starting to muddy down the Spearmen, so Spearmen aren't even contesting the Keshiks. Wham! He's just destroying! I don't know if I'd say this is player skill diff or just civ diff or what. Like, I think a combo of the two. Golden Horde, I mean, he found the answer. Yo, Magic, his stone gets him numbers. But the Golden Horde stone gets you quality. And I know what's next. Next up, it has to be batch production. So he's going to increase the amount... Oh, wait, no, sorry, you need castle for it, don't you? Yeah, okay, no. Yeah, so he'd have to go castle. You can't sell the stone. What would you... Again, yeah, you just go for grazing, because grazing techs a stone as well. Like, that's the other thing that's wacky, actually, now that I think about it. I don't think you can get tier 2 until age 3, though. Wham. Gonna keep pushing. So, a reminder, he won't be able to get those expensive batch productions until Castle, but once he's there, he can just buy them straight away. He can still get the Khan debuff arrow. I'm pretty sure you can't get rotation grazing level 2 in Feudal Age, but we'll just double check. And wait, did Wham jump the gun? Oh, he might have. Magic's gone for a full spear switch. Wham hasn't pivoted at all. No, he was trying to prep long-term eco. He's spamming up outposts. At least there's some way to use the stone. All right, I think actually Magic might have him. This spear switch is crazy. Guys, he's double producing constantly for Spearman. Remember, he's generating 550 stone a minute. He only needs to constantly vomit Spearman at double production out of 1 racks. He only needs 320 stone. So he can almost double produce constantly out of double racks. Meaning he can add in 16 Spearmen a minute. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot for you people that play 30 minutes in a game, but we're talking pre-15. Dive now into the base. I think Magic's just got the numbers. I mean, you haven't got the Earthen Cores here. I think there's a lot of stone techs that just require the 3rd age, and it looks like that might be the killer for Wham. So I guess, yeah, Mongols are still king. Damn, if Wham ever got a moment of breathing room to go castle, though, the techs that Golden Horde would have had here would have just blown this out of proportion. But, you know, I don't fault him for losing this. He's basically playing against a broken form of Mongols with a broken form of Golden Horde. It's just Mongols use the Meteor better in Feudal Age. Bigger Meteor than a large pizza from Domino's, this thing. 4,000 resources. They've almost tapped it dry. And it looks like Wham's going to be tapping out. Guys, let me know what you think about this. Is this like the most broken thing we've had in mobs? I mean, like, I'm curious the full ramifications in team games, because for 1v1s, we always going to talk about House of Lancaster being busted, but if you just envision this in a team game, and a Mongol player just straight up rushes Magadai, what do you do? That is freaking crazy. That is... They better not know if we had to put up a Lancaster. Oh, I think we spotted the Mongol man. Seriously, though, like, that is... I don't even know. I don't even know how that gets through testing. I feel like if you talked about getting golden stone, surely the first civ you're testing is that. Maybe I'm just, like, living in La La Land, and it's, like, the benefit of like, clarity of, like, seeing it in action. But... you know when you just, like, kind of watching, like, well, this does actually now... I don't know. It kind of seems obvious. That's the vibe I'm getting from that. All right, guys. We're going to do another Magic Wham game. I saw a Golden Horde Macedonian one. One sec. I need to restart, though, because we can't flip the UI. Oh, it's going to be cursed. Okay, so Golden Horde versus Macedonians. Do you guys want the chat bar back on, by the way? Would you guys like to have the chat bar? I can bring it back. You guys want me to bring sexy back? I'm indifferent. I mean, usually people go, I don't mind. I don't often hear I'm indifferent. There's something funny to me about the way that, the word indifference written. It just makes you sound like a bit of a weirdo, doesn't it? When you think it, like, Like, I'm indifferent. I mean, you're saying like you're not different, but it kind of sounds like you're different. All right, here we go, guys. Welcome back to the channel, folks, and welcome back, Mr. Magic. We're checking in on the Canadians clashing on the new DLC, the expansion for Age of Empires 4. So let's get to it. Yeah, we've got Wham in the north side here. Excuse the capture age being flipped. I can't change this. If I flip them around, it is going to write it in reverse. We've seen it a few times. It's funny the first time and depressing the rest. So Wham is going to be playing as Golden Horde here. We've got Magic on the Macedonian Dynasty. I mean, you come from Age of Mythology, a game with Vikings. You've got to come back and play the Vikings a bit. I guess it's not really signature for Magic. For those that don't know, Age of Mythology, this guy was king of the Egyptians. Like, it was his signature civ. But nothing wrong with a bit of radar reaction. So he has built the war camp straight away. This is the way that you'll probably begin every game as a Macedonian player. You spend the same amount of wood as a house to build this, and it gives you the same population space. The only difference is you spend 5 seconds longer building it than a standard house. But it gets out of the way so you never forget it. And you want this because it generates free units when you lose a lot of existing units. Oh, look at you guys. Look at YouTube and Twitch getting along and talking to each other. Nattering and chattering. So, Wham with the Golden Horde here. We've been seeing a lot of Torgud and Khans. Khan Torgud. I think we're going to see the same again. I am excited to see a bloodbath, though. Like, these are two civs that tend to play very aggressive. Now, what has me even more excited is I think Wham is one of the better players at utilizing the auras of the Golden Horde right now, because he's looking at a lot of these strategies that involve the cheap unit the Golden Horde has, the new one, the Karash, which gives armor. And that's going to be important because Macedonians is an aura civ. That's right, they ooze that Riz. Their runestones allow them to generate a lot of power and tempo. I wonder, are we going to get a Grand Winery game? Like, maybe, is he feeling ambitious? Like, drop it out of range of the TC for the berries and the deer? That would be pretty sick. You could try to Hippodrome here, but the thought is you're going to be up against Heavy Cav. I think Golden Horde is probably one of the civs where Macedonians won't Hippodrome much, but Magic wants to go for it anyway. Okay, so why do I think the Hippodrome isn't a great choice against Golden Horde? The problem with it against the Golden Horde is most Golden Horde players are just going to spam cavalry. It's their #1 play. They go into the Khan, they get his bodyguards, which are Heavy Cav, they build Keshiks, which are Heavy Cav. You can build horsemen. Now, you can buff those horsemen by +2 damage, but they're still going to be, compared to Keshiks and Torgud, much worse. I think the thought, though, for Magic is he can just use it to raid. Like, one of the weaknesses of Golden Horde compared to the Mongols is they tend to be more vulnerable to raiding early on, because with Mongol players, they can move their TC to somewhere ideal. But with Golden Horde, your gold is going to be out of range of your TC, the Uvu's out of range, you know, even the tree line doesn't feel that close. Think of the Crucible. If you get 75% cheaper spears, so 20 cost, you can actually generate positive resources for ranging war camp. That's an interesting idea. I'd have to double check and see if it calculates on the original or the new cost, though. That's the only thing I'm not sure of. But you might be right. That's kind of broken, especially if you do get the 8 wood, 8 stone per unit death, which was already really good because it was basically double what old Imperial Academy was giving you. Are Yari Horsemen a counter to Keshiks? I'm not really convinced they are. They do better than standard horsemen. They do have that +2 damage, but you pay 140 resources instead of 120, and Keshiks are 200. So you should have more, but the idea is, like, because you might not be doing enough damage, Keshiks should be able to heal for it. But we'll have to see as the meta develops. Like, in theory, with that strategy on Yadi Cavalry, you can get your hands on the estates. I think if you get level 2 estates, it changes, because Yadi Cavalry can get an extra 2 damage against cavalry. And then on top of that, they'll have the movement speed. But, like, to give you the most simplistic answer, because we've, like, dove down the rabbit hole, that matchup will, if you choose to engage in it, it is a micro skill-based matchup. But it is one where Golden Horde should have a clear edge to begin with. Okay, so we have got outposts coming up. I like the Wham's going straight for the boar, actually. It's weird how rarely I've seen Golden Horde players go for it. But this is a really good spawn. He's able to protect her second Uvu. He'll get the gold. He has the backup boar and also the deer locations. Yeah, wham! Like, what is this spawn, actually? Holy crap. Magic, of course. He has already got the scout for free. Remember, the Hippodrome generates you champions for free. First a scout, then a horseman, and then a Radari. Each longer periods to wait. After the first one dies, you will have to pay to replace them. But it's a nice kind of tempo type landmark in that regards. Like, you're getting these for free. You're getting a premium scout. And he really is a premium one, by the way. He has almost double the HP of a horseman. And then the horseman also has almost double the HP of a horseman. And then don't get me started on that regard. And yes, Macedonian Dynasty is essentially meant to be Greeks. Okay, so it looks like we are going to be getting... Wait, did he switch? He was thinking about going Sharpening Stones. Okay, yeah, I think that was a misclick. It looked like he was going range units, which doesn't make much sense. So it is going to be all about the ponies. So he's going for the +1/+1 armor as well as the health. What's interesting about this is if it was straight up Keshiks, I think he has a hard time. This could be swarmy, though, against Torgud. Because the thing about Torgud compared to Keshiks is Torgud do not have good DPS. They just have very tanky. But if you swarm a lot of horsemen, you can just target them down one by one before they can pull away. So I'd love to see why I'm starting to add in maybe just a few Keshiks to drip drop and variety the heavy cap. But instead, he's just straight up going to counter the horseman easy peasy. So spam and play. Okay, but this does play nicely for Magic. I think he had one finger on the trigger for a switch into Bogmather, and now he can do it. And the Girls of the Golden Horde are going to cost you 25 wood more than standard drop-off buildings. Because it's universal, you have to pay 75 wood instead of the 50 that you pay for a mill or whatever. I'm still not entirely convinced that this is like a fair design for the Golden Horde. I think they probably need to start with a Gur that they can unpack. And the reason I say that is in the opening of the game, everything feels a bit expensive. You want to build an Uvu, that's 150 wood. If you want to then Rax Rush, you have to build the Rax and then wait for double production. You're already delayed there. But then to go out onto the gold, you're going to need 75 wood. And then eventually onto your tree line, you're going to need 75 wood. It's really quite punishing, actually. It's a universal drop-off building, but that's not a positive in that many situations that early on. Magic. Sneak raid. Unfortunately, the horseman connected on different targets, so no work to kill. But we do have him going into Adgimafa, so I thought he'd be going archers. Not the case here. No, both of them just countering each other's cavalry. But nice strike there. Wham, able to find a worker kill. Adgimafa are going to be maybe enough to scare him away. We should have the... Yeah, so we got the horseman. So that means the Radari's like 3 minutes away. Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go until the Radari. The Radari actually plays really well with this composition. So you get the horseman from the Hippodrome that buffs all of your cavalry by +2 damage. And then when you get the Radari champion, he buffs the movement speed of all of your infantry. So it's a nice 1-2 composition from a landmark. Like, actually, props to the devs. They made the Hippodrome feel more inclusive and, I want to say, kind of like fulfilling than I'd say that the original Hippodrome felt. Wow. He is going for grazing. So we're going to get a food switch into stockyards really quick here. Why haven't they done a Roos variant? It's like... I don't think as many people would have been hyped for a Roos variant, weirdly enough. I think most people were thinking Roos variant because just do Vikings, but they already had the concept for Macedonians because they have Varangian in the Byzantines. So, like, it wasn't as far-fetched an idea, and obviously from a budgetary standpoint, it saves you because you get to recycle one unit type. Yeah, if you think about it from a where will we sell and what will we sell combo, Like, Byzantines was always going to be a logical one because Byzantines, historically, for a lot of people that play history games, is a hyped up thing. Like, I play a lot of European Dynasties 4, and I loved it. Playing Byzantines, you know, the rise of the Phoenix. Whereas, for, like, the Russian player base, I don't feel like the Russian player base is that big for Age of Empires 4. I think it started off at a reasonable size, and I feel like the player base there has declined over time. So, like, if I'm a developer and I'm thinking, okay, like, what do we build next? What do we make for the game next? I'm thinking about things that I feel are going to sell a lot. Horseman. I don't know if I'm sold on this. This is a tricky chase. This is mass spearman. But wham, he's the reluctant because he doesn't want to get surrounded. Works out nicely for him, though. Great micro. Snipes down several horsemen. And we have got the Radari trying to guard, but he's pretty much on his lonesome here. Tughlaq are not going to be quick killers against the spearmen, but they can whittle away at them. Russo are a popular civ, though? Yeah, they might be a popular civ, but, like, I don't know. Like, what are you going to do for a variant? What's the idea? What do you think sells? I guess maybe you could go to, like, the direction of, like, Cossacks? Maybe? I'm trying to think what you do with Cossacks to make them unique, though. I think when you list up the things that were obvious, Vikings was obvious. And I think for Mongols, like, the idea of just having a version of them that is not nomadic may be kind of obvious. And then that leaves us with what? Like, well, I'm not surprised they don't have another Japan. Because, like, if for me, as a appreciator of history, in many different areas of the world, like, the Sengoku period is deeply intriguing to me. So I can understand that as well. And then, so that would have left, like, what? The only other one out that you could have done different is Tughlaq. But elephants, guys. Everyone goes crazy for elephants. I did honestly expect them to do Mughals over Tughlaq, though. That surprised me a little bit. Okay. So, we have got Relic Uvus coming in. I'm surprised at how well this has worked for Wham, actually. He's only built spears. He's played quite greedy for Golden Horde. What impresses me is I've highlighted this as a civ that feels like they have to be the attackers. And although he's raided a little bit, it's never been this all-in Giga GG timing in mind. He's always been kind of sneaking his hand into the back pocket for more monies. You know, with things like the grazing, for example, like, that's a big investment. 200 stone that early on. It buffs the gathering rate to make it worthwhile, but, like, ideally you want to be getting extra of your bodyguards. We are going to be getting a mirrored tech up for Magic, though. He's stockpiling now. Probably Sistine here. I mean, you could Golden Tower if you're worried about getting Dove, but I just don't see the pressure point. Oh, okay, he is going to go for it. So why would Magic do this? I think, A, he's maybe worried about Keshiks, because you produce crossbowmen for free every 2 minutes from this. But the other thing is it's a giant protective outpost. Think of it like a mini White Tower. Mughals are a bit late in the time period. Yeah, like, that was my instinct. Like, maybe it's just a little bit past. But I don't think Mughals are so far out of the time period that you couldn't justify it, if that makes sense. AB4 can't even be bought in the Roost region on Steam. Let's wait for better times. Yeah, that's a fair point. And, like, if you need any proof of this, why do you think there was a variant civ of China in the big DLC from before? It's like such a no-brainer of how popular Age of Empires is in China. Of course you're going to do that. I'll be totally honest with you. I'm surprised they haven't done a third Chinese civ at this point. Magic. Dive in here. Looking for some worker kills. Gets the body blockers. Halving is a pain in the arse for Wham, but it looks like, no, there's no room. 2 extras going down. He's trying some return fire, but unfortunately, Wham, he only has spearmen here. The Bog Maffa will gobble them up. Angry Vikings with a bow. Don't just get me started. Great defense there by Magic. Strikes in, finds a little bit of worker damage. His army just looks so much better. Even if they were the same size, the fact is, Wham basically just has spearmen. And Tughlaq have the same amount of armor as Keshik, so they start at 3 rather. And then they scale up. Same as Keshiks do. The difference is Tughlaq have a lot more health than Keshiks. However, they don't have as much damage. So it's a trade-off. Magic, great fight on the back there as well. Just leveraging that +2 damage on the horseman. In conjunction with the techs into melee damage as well as armor. Yeah, he has been researching techs, but unfortunately the capture age doesn't show cavalry techs. So we have the tier 1 for cav on both. And he's taken it all the way. It's going to be Romfire. So we are going to be seeing him moving into Redari. Now, this is a really powerful tech for Redari. It's expensive at 1,000 silver, but it's +3 damage. Huge booster. Because if you think about it, to like get the comparative, he'd have to get Blacksmith 2, Blacksmith 3, Blacksmith 4, which I think is 3,000 silver. So he's paying 1,000 silver instead. That's crazy value. Yeah, part of me feels like Romfire might be a little bit too good. I don't know if it needs to be an imp tech. I don't know if I'll go that far. The problem is, like, ideally you have it locked behind. You have to unlock a certain melee level before you can get it. But then that's convoluted stuff. You don't want to do that. Horseman still getting some good strike-ins here. So he spots the switch into Crossbowman. Which is really bad for Magic, because he was going for Rangian Guard. Yeah, Rangian Guard, remember, men-at-arms of the Macedonians and Byzantines. They do get very powerful with scaling on the arsenal. Let me start that yet. How much have I practiced the pronunciation of all the new units? Not that much. Mainly the one I had to look up is Bogmatha, so like to see how you pronounce it. Madar. Runestone's coming down. I know how to pronounce that. I know how to announce a man dead here. Good lord. The Spearmen now rushing across. Look at the movement speed on them. They had the Redari champion nearby temporarily. Wham. Struggling to hold on here. It's Spear plus Archers, which is surprisingly effective against the Cav crossbows. But he has got men-at-arms now. Could this be the difference maker? We've got some crossbows creeping out. Magic got those produced for free. He's finally finding some answers here. The Bogmatha, they have ran out on the unwavering focus, so it will be a forced retreat. Wham with the defender's advantage, able to hold his base. That did look shaky for a moment, though. I mean, Magic, just the raw quantity of a quality approach. Wham, props to him. He came out the other side of that with his crossbow ball intact, and that's the most important thing here. Now, we are going to see a response into Adgiamatha coming from Magic. That's the Spearman. Because as you guys remember, spears are actually a really good solution to crossbows. The problem I see here is, like, right now, he's building Spear Archer. Spear Archer isn't going to work against this, because it means you don't have an answer to men-at-arms. Yeah, and he's done what I would do. Only building Varangian strongholds, no archery ranges, so no crossbow option for him. I think what Wham done well here is he set up defensively and played greed. He didn't get baited into war against the Macedonians, and I think that's a smart call here. Like Magic, you saw him, he may have found a raid here or there, but he didn't find that continuous, impactful damage we've been seeing out of a lot of Macedonians. It kind of felt a bit hollow of a raid. Does Noon Pastures look super efficient? They are. They have been balanced quite well, I say, in that like they only have 2 tiers of gathering rate increase. So it's sheep gathering rate, and you get plus 10% twice, as opposed to other civs getting plus 10% 3 times. Now, where it does get a bit wild is later on in the game with your edict system. Remember the edicts you cast? He's actually gone for the Karash ones. He's doing it again. He's adding in the bodies. Remember, the Karash, they are just body shields. They provide an aura of armor to all nearby Golden Horde units. +1 melee, +1 range. The thing I was going to say with the economy, by the way, is the Stockyard Edict for 800 stone. That generates the same amount of gold as enclosure farms do, but we're not going to see that this game. I don't think we're going to see much Viking dominance either. Oh, God. Mangonel Tower coming out. Maybe that's the clutch up for Magic that he needs. He's hitting the back line. That's a good call. So it's now going to force Wham to retreat. but numbers are still looking good for the Canadian in green. Raids are going to get shut out as well, so reinforcements were held back by this, but still, even without them. He takes the relic from right next to Magic's base. Cha-ching. Magic. I don't know what he does here. He has... So he's setting up farms. Okay, so... Because he doesn't really have anything else that's going his way. He's got a lot of silver, but he seems uncertain where to invest it. Because he doesn't need this much silver. He only needs, for these techs, 350, 500. Which tells us he's either A, forgotten about it, or B, just doesn't know what he's meant to scale into right now. Horseman at least going to try and intercept. Initially, a decent-looking fight for Magic, but that's only because Wham hasn't arrived with the reinforcements yet. This guy already has 10 Karash. So remember, he's saving 50 food to get these units for free every time he produces anything else. It's actually crazy. If he wasn't up against Bog Maffa, the efficient strat would just be to spam spears, which funnily enough he's now doing anyway. So now he's only paying 160 resources, but then getting 50 resources on top for free. So you're getting 33% extra for free. Should Magic go Mangoes? He doesn't really have much of a front line is the problem. If you go Mangoes, you just have nothing to stop them from being dove onto. And these little Karash will be not that impactful at killing, but it's just the flood of units. That effect. Reminder, Bog Maffa do not kill the little light men as quickly as they should. The Karash are meant to take double damage, i.e. a feudal archer should kill them in 5 hits, but they don't. And now he's even buffing them up. We've got the battlefield salvage on the way, so the Karash are about to get tankier. Not that I think Magic's going to survive long enough for it to matter. Damage buff just got activated. DPS up across the board. And Magic has now been wiped from said board. Welcome one and all to the Golden Horde. I mean, this is... It's crazy. I think this is going to be the meta. I think like Wham has cooked it up correctly. The Karash Edict just gives you so much inflate in the Castle Age by adding in those +1 units and providing an aura alongside it. An aura that you could snipe out, but I want you guys to think about how long it would take to do that. You're always going to overkill these trashed units. But if you don't kill them, everything else feels infinitely harder to kill. Danes are not Scandinavians? They are. Isn't it Finnish that are not Scandinavians? Scandinavians are the Danes, the Swedes, and the Norwegians. And then I think, weirdly enough, the Finns like aren't technically part of Scandinavia. Both Danes and Finns are Scandinavian. I think I had a discussion about this before, about like Scandinavia technically doesn't include like Finland, is what I was told. Yep, I'm right. Oh, that feels good to say, doesn't it? Look at this, guys. I'm going to open up a tab via my Opera GX browser. And if you have a look, you can see that Scandinavia is defined by that red line, which does not include Finland. So Sweden, Denmark, and Norway. Shout out to Opera GX that allowed me to very quickly, efficiently look like a smart man by using their phenomenal browser. If you're talking cultural groups or whatever, it's different. Aren't Finns Balts? I think so. You might be right. Actually, no. Baltic States isn't Baltic States just south of Finland. It's basically like Lithuania and like and Estonia, all the ears basically. Nordics include Iceland and Finland, yes, but Nordics are different than Scandinavian. Just like Scandinavia is different than the Norse categorization, I think. Actually, no, I think Scandinavia is the Norse region, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no. That's right. Oh, yes, right, because Vikings went to Greenland. So Greenland and Iceland is part of the Norse territory. Freaking confusing zones that we don't even use anymore. Let me double check something. I'm trying to see if I can organize a show match. All right, let's see what else we can check in on. So I think we've got some Louis games we can have a look at. Because he's been playing a bunch against Zertan. So we got... They're just doing loads of Tughlaq versus Golden Horde, I think. Ooh. I like the look at this, though. Tughlaq versus Sangoku. Yeah. Do they have multiple ones of this? Tughlaq versus Rus is intriguing. Tughlaq versus Macedonians. Let's check out the Tughlaq versus Macedonians, actually. I think Macedonians is better than you're ranking him there, Sleepy Gaming. Macedonians, I think, is going to be the most optimized over time. And they'll be freaking scary. So here we go, guys. Ring the bell and summon the elephants to town. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for another casted game. This time, it is going to be the return of a tip-toppity German. Zertan, who bailed on us for the Age of Mythology, is back for the expansion. Dynasties of the East. And he's going up against a beast from the East. It's going to be Louis MT playing as the Macedonians in the orange up against Zertan's Tughlaq. And he's already doing the broken opening. Are you kidding me? Guys, he has 4 worker elephants. Only one of them is being used for worker elephant duties. This is freaking toxic. Imagine you start the game, you press a button 3 times, and you have 3 extra scouts. That's literally what we're getting here right now. He already has 14 sheep when Louis only has 8. Oh, dude. Go shower. Like, it's so dirty. This is ridiculous. Yeah, turns out wolves just see a lot of meat and want to eat it. Why they don't go after the sheep still, I don't know. This is going to have to get changed. This will literally be the meta for Tughlaq forever if it does not get changed. And before I was like, we'll just kill the worker elephant. You can't. It has 500 HP. Even if you were to open Spearman and chase this thing, it would take you far too long to kill. It wouldn't be worth it. So 18 sheep to 9. That is ridiculous. Mark my word, like the classic one was Rus will always get more sheep than you. Mongols always get more sheep. China will always get more sheep. Disagree. I think now Tughlaq Dynasty is the #1 scouting civ in the game. 4 sheep. Nobody is going to match them. Unless, of course, someone else plays Tughlaq too. So we are going to get tech ups now coming through. Louis MT is going to be Grand Winery, so he looks to scale food. I keep chuckling every time I watch someone build them next to berries, because it does nothing for berries, other than like just buff the 30%. I.e., it's not like Byzantines where you need it for the olive oil. It's still decent at a 30% buff gathering rate. But, you know, in an ideal world, you just want to be able to sneak out into the deer and place it. They shouldn't get to gather sheep of elephants? Agreed. It's quite frankly ridiculous. So he finishes off now with 16 sheep compared to 9 from Louis. Louis actually done a little bit better than I was expecting. I think what happened there is he eventually found the elephants and then ran past them, understanding where they hadn't been. That was the thing, because Lerton kind of made it predictable that he hadn't scouted like the back corner yet when he moved this elephant back over here. So Louis just sweeps in, cuts past, does the corner, gets a bit extra. entire victory coming in, by the way. Okay, yeah, Zerton cooking, man. So that these worker elephants can aggressively beat their sheep quicker. I'm kidding, they can't attack, guys. I feel like I regularly get asked that question. Worker elephants cannot attack, okay? Like, they've got no beef. There's no guy on top convincing them to do bad things, okay? Elephants are not bad people. The people that ride them are bad people, okay? You know who you are. They can still tank. They can, but they get ignored. So they don't have priority in a fight. If you A-click near a worker elephant, it will attack something else instead. Apparently, there might be an awkward behavior around stand ground that needs to be fixed. Because they can body block, but it's really small. Like, it's not as much a body block as a brush aside. I guess, like, for anyone who's played multiple MOBAs, the way that they act is like, you know, it's like the comparison of Dota 2 body blocking versus League of Legends body blocking. And no, elephants do not take supplies from your population. They have a hard limit of 20, but they do not affect population at all. And they just birth out. So as long as you've got 25 food and 50 wood, it just pops out. Like, if you stockpile enough resources for 20 of them, you will instantly spawn 20. And, oh, I'm sorry, Pashu. I didn't respond to that. Thank you very much for the sub, mate. You're a legend. Sorry, I know I'm 20 minutes late. Sorry. I think we got distracted by the ludicrousness of the previous game. What a ledge. Okay, so Louis, he's already out on the berries. He has shifted the sheep. Good lad. Yeah, he wants to optimize by pulling them across. This is another thing that makes the Grand Winery a bit more grim against the Tughlaq, is like, because you're getting less sheep, you get less initial value out of your Grand Winery. Because now he's going to have to start adding in farms soon if he wants to keep this 30% buff. Or going pro scouts. We've seen one player try that. We don't talk about it. Let's just say pro scouts on this civ is an interesting strategy. That's the polite wording. Very interesting. Done. Now with the second TC. Wait, he's carrying a lot of stone. So it's going to be a keep drop on top of the TC then, I assume. Why not? Remember, you can build forts in H2 as the Tughlaq. And it is beneficial to do so because you get your hands on governorships by doing so. He is going to lock it in on the TC. So this is to prevent a rush. But Louis isn't looking to rush him in H2. You can see Louis planned it out already. He's going castle. So presumably straight up Radari upon arrival. You're the only one who thinks Macedonian is the coolest civ. If you ask me to rank based on coolness, Macedonians is number 1. Sangoku... Actually, maybe Sangoku's number 1 for me, and Macedonian's 2. I feel like Sangoku and Macedonian is the coolest to me. Of the civs I was most hyped for originally, I would say it was probably Tughlaq, because it just seemed kind of crazy. So peace in our times here. Which governor does he want? He hasn't chosen one yet. So remember, you have 6 governors to choose from. You've got the governor of Ajmer, Bakar, Jalor, Mutan, Sawan, and Uk. At this stage in the game, I'd say usually, if you're worried about being attacked, Ajmer's good. Alternatively, if you're not going to be attacked, it's nice to set up the governor of Bakar earlier. Because when you go to TC, you're going to need a lot more houses faster. And if you build these houses near the fort, it's going to give you more food. But because he placed it so close to the town center, I would expect this to be Uk, Multan, or Ajmer. I guess there is a world in which you do Jalor as well. The extra health. I'm glad people enjoying the content. We work our butts off to try and get as much as possible. I'm trying to see if we can organize a show match of some kind. I don't know if we'll be able to, but we'll try. It is going to be Raider Elephants. Okay, so this could actually make sense for Jalor then. Because Raider Elephants are lower health than, say, War Elephants anyway. So getting 20 more health actually does matter on a 235 HP unit. Look at these glorious beasts. Raider Elephants are a little bit of an odd subject at the moment. I don't think the full power has been realized just yet. They are essentially like French knights, is the way I envision them. I don't think you're really meant to use them as much for direct battles as people think. They can win direct battles when they are contesting the correct unit. But I think where they thrive is like a row knight. They have 18 damage and they have a trample ability. He's not going to get it out here. Bit of a shame, actually. I think there was an opportunity there for Zertan. If he tramples out of vision, he'll get about 2 seconds of trampling, which is still going to add up to be 16 damage. Have little green shoes? Nah. If anything, with that type of movement speed, like, I mean, would it be shoes? I mean, nah, slippers wouldn't let you move fast. They kind of shuffle as if they've got slippers, though. I think, if anything, Raider Elephant should have roller skates. Now, I know that's going to ruin some people's immersion, but to be fair, roller skates. Ah, and Zertan, he does go for the Emir Warriors. So this right here is the Governor of Ajmer. It allows you to get Emir Warriors built at your castle every 20 seconds, I believe it was, for free. They don't cost you anything. They just have a hard cap per governor level. And the limitation, the balance point, is if they don't stay near the castles, their stats start decaying very quickly. Elephant getting hit. Nicely done by Zertan. Now, he's full Raider Elephant. Remember, he's an age behind, so this is a little bit dangerous because Radari are substantially quicker than your Raider Elephants. Radari move at 1.75 movement speed, and by the way, that axe throw play is a correct call from Louis. The axe throws are melee damage, so the ranged armor doesn't matter here. Is the trample the same as cataphracts? Sort of. So you activate it, you can run over units, and you do a little bit of damage to them, but you don't target in a direction. What's interesting is Zertan isn't using it, even though it's so much better than doing this. There we go. Get him. Oh, he was a little bit late, though. If he caught him before he started reacting, that would have been huge. Yeah, the problem with trample is it has a very delayed trigger. It takes about 1.5 seconds before you can start moving again upon casting it. Sorry, now showing up in the base. Emir Governor would be OP in your forts, 2 castles dropped in your base. Yeah, but like you have to get to that point. So like going, oh my god, this is OP. It's like, you know, it's, oh my god, this is OP. If you, okay, listen up, chat. If you play against me, I'm gonna play Tughlaq, and you play whatever you want. But I'm gonna like, so you can't Dark Age rush me, you can't Feudal rush me. I'm gonna like go and gather stone, and I'm gonna build a castle next to your base, and you can't attack my villages until I've built that castle. Okay? Okay, guys, we have a 10-minute peacetime. 10-minute peacetime agreement. Like, that's the type of vibe I get from that strat. It's not impossible, and we have actually seen it work, but I see it as an earned strategy. If you do earn it, though, yes. Building the Emir Warriors out of a castle next to the enemy base is crazy strong. So it looks like Zertan's teching now. I guess, yeah, House of Learning. He's been a bit elephant obsessed already. I don't know if I've really felt the impact of the House of Learning. This House of Learning feels so much weaker than the Delhi one. So you get the Mahout's movement speed. You get healing auras on elephants out of combat. And you get your hands on an increase to your bonus damage. The other techs is like to improve your men at arms, and another tech improves your spin. I don't know, like compared to things like honed blades from Delhi, I don't think it's anywhere near as good. I think the problem here as well is that the first tech choice that gives you shiver in your elephants, if you had it in feudal, it'd be dope. But in castle, and that's an oh my god, villagers get caught out. Yeah, there are a lot of Radari. I haven't been focusing too much on it because we see it so often. By the way, guys, can we appreciate the amount of like assets that actually appear when you research them? You can see he's got the Romfire. It actually changes your melee sword to the correct asset. And we've been seeing a lot of this. Like, the devs do deserve praise for those little tidbits of change. Like, for example, when you play with the Golden Horde and you get the Musk of Yasak, all of your Mongol units end up with Bruce shields to represent it. Louis, he has at least got a Raider Elephant camping out here now with that wall law. He wall law an elephant. Yeah, but it's like it's wall lawing 2 horsemen. I didn't really like hype it up because I was in education mode and I feel like it hasn't really changed anything. Like Louis kind of just dumping on Zerton from a map control standpoint right now. But I get what Zerton's going for. He's like, whatever, wall law me, get the relics, but like I'm just eco full. Nice to know there. No wall laws to be had this time around. Problems with casual players, you don't remember which units does what. Yeah, but so the counter argument I always have to this, like, oh, the casuals will now feel alienated by all these additions. The casuals were already alienated at the start. It kind of like they always were never gonna learn everything. You kind of got to choose your fight, you know. It's like think about from MOBAs. How many people just play one hero? And that's it. And they think they know what they need to about all the other heroes, but they really don't. Like, how many low-level players do you know that get trampled by knights because they just don't build spin? You know what I mean? There's always going to be something, and you can argue these are new things, but like, it keeps the more advanced player base appeased and engaged, and also diversifies in directions that might attract new people or reinvigorate old people because, you know, maybe you used to like playing when all you've done with Delhi is built like elephants and herbal medicine and feudal age. Now all of a sudden, wait, this Civ might be able to do it too. I'm going to do this instead. And my tip to people is always, at the baseline of figuring things out, just click on units and look at these tags. Most of them are accurate, and they'll tell you like what counts what and what kills what. Okay, so Louis has triple Sacred Sight. This does not look very good for Zut. No, like we're in a bit of a sticky predicament here. And remember, Louis, it's not the gold he's generating here. He's generating 240 silver from those 3 relics. So this just allows him to ramp up into all remaining text. And like another point that I make about new content and the importance of introducing it, by the way, when you introduce new content, sure, some people like this is too much to keep up with. But actually, for like other people, they're like, I couldn't get into the game before because like this guy had 4 years of experience on French over me. Well, he might have an edge compared to me when we start on Macedonians, but we're both starting out from the starting line of learning the Civ. So never underrate the importance of new additions to provide soft resets. It seems counterintuitive because you're actually complicating the game, but you're also simultaneously providing a reset point. Remember what we said about games like Valorant? When Valorant came out, there was a lot of people that thought they could be good at Counter-Strike or wanted to be good at Counter-Strike, wanted to try it. But they were starting so far from behind the line because people figured out all the finicky details of how things operate. And then that game comes out, and sure, like, you know, your Counter-Strike pros will have an advantage going and playing Valorant initially. But taking them on in Valorant is more feasible than taking them on in Counter-Strike. How do you access these replays? You don't. That's the fun part. You don't. Nah, I'm kidding. The fun part of it is you just watch Killer Pigeon over on Twitch, twitch.tv/Killer Pigeon. That's how you get these replays. Okay, so Louis in a really good position. We've got a War Elephant switch in from Zern. I like the idea of Adgamafa here, actually. I think the Macedonian Spears might end up being one of the top 3 spearmen for dealing with War Elephants. That's crazy to say, but hear me out. Runestones gives you enough movement speed to gap close, and then spamming a lot of Adgamafa buffs their attack speed. Remember, for every nearby Viking, their attack speed gets quicker. You're seeing it already there. It's maybe 1.88. Is it 1.6? Because he's got a fellow... how many is that? A fellow 12 units in range. We'll make build orders using the replays. Well, that's the fun part. You can't. You can watch the videos, though, and figure them out as you go. What was the max elephant eco? You could have 20 worker elephants. Louis. Raiden again. I mean, it's funny, like, Zern, he set up a lot of farms that hasn't really inflated since. I leave it on build distribution mainly. We do in the early game, but in the late game, it's redundant because you have to conceptualize relics, sacred sites, all these things into it. Like, in the late game, villager distribution is actually more of a lie than, like, using income. Like, look, you'll see 700 gold, and you'll think, oh, I need to put people on gold at this point in the game. There's no one on gold. Also, to be honest, build orders go out the window past about, like, 10-15 minutes in most games. Build orders should be like your rocket point for the first 5 to 8 minutes, and then you need to learn to think independently after that. That's how I think you really tend to improve. Because otherwise you're just copying someone's homework, never truly understanding it. Great rate, by the way. Louis MT just shutting down the gold while diving the base. And hold on a second. We've got to jump onto the elephants. The Adkir Mafar and the Ridari going in. I think Louis jumped the gun here, though. This is way too early. So can Zern now get out of the base is the thing. Because, like, he's done a good job of holding on. But remember, he has no relics, limited gold. He has to play out of the base. And, yeah, he's going to stake a claim near the big 8k. So Tughlaq a bad fort coming down. Just like, Louis should go some range units. What, like crossbows? I think he's just trying to resist the crossbows. Like, he actually has melee units. He has Ridari, which are going to be doing 2/3 of their damage to War Elephant. So, like, I think the strat here that works is just keep the Ridari back and then put the Spearmen in. Because then the crossbows don't counter you, and you can full DPS the War Elephants. Sacred Site Wincon is on the way, but I don't think it's going to last too long here. So how many castles we got up now? Because he dropped one over here. He did go for the Multan, so his TCs have been working quicker. Yeah, he's producing villages every 17 seconds. Actually upgraded it, so every 15. Yeah, at this point, Tughlaq is basically China 2 TC Sol. It's pretty damn effective. Never bothered to upgrade the Emir Warriors, but I'm not surprised by that. The way that he's been playing the game, it wouldn't have had as much value. Looks like we are going to get a decap attempt coming in. Denied by the stolen Raider Elephant. All right, take it back. The Warlord mattered. Hello. Ay, ay, ay. I can't believe that Raider Elephant actually had some substance in the end. So we're 5.5 minutes away. The tricky part now is, does Louis try and play Sacred Site Wincon? And if so, how does it work? This map looks amazing. Agreed. I love this. This tropical rainforest is one of my favorite new biomes. Tropical rainforest and I think Greek islands are probably my two favorite. Zern? Ooh, he got into the Helio Elephants. Now things get a little bit more tricky for Louis, actually, now that I think about it. Because this whole army just dies to crossbowmen, but Louis not going to build crossbowmen because those aren't Vikings. Dive coming in. Vikings are getting rid of the Tughlaq fort before it gets upgraded again, so well played there. So Denal on the flanks, that's one governor down. He's got the runestone buff, so remember the move speed we talked about being good against the War Elephants. Not to mention the attack speed. He's down to 1.29 attack speed. He's trimmed off 1/3 of his attack speed weight. And I think we've been over this. The white maps, the problem isn't actually the maps themselves, it's the mini-map. The mini-map is why the white maps look really bad. Visually, it's too hard to actually see what you're doing. But I think the terrain is fine. They learned their lessons about the terrain from the Tiger map. Okay, come on. Like, this is just... I'm just cast a curse now. This Raider Elephant is actually a Giga Chad. This stolen elephant is finally going to go down, but talk about finding some worth. Push into the base. TC did get taken out, but I don't think Zertan cares now. He's up to 115 workers. He has a bigger problem he's going to need to care about. Foreign engineering company just came in. Age 4 has arrived for the Macedonians. Tughlaq and bad forts are very weak. That's because you have to scale them. And although it's expensive to scale them, you have to remember they're not just a castle for this city. They're a way of life. The governors change everything. Giving you a proper rundown if you jump on. I'm happy to answer questions, but like I'm not going to hop into a lobby with you and teach you the game. We've got plenty of videos on YouTube to do that. Upgrades coming. Cannons as well. Oh boy. So, he's been fishing for an answer. Whoopsie. Sorry about that. We start with the spearmen as an answer, but the royal cannons are the end answer. They're the big defining factor. Remember, you get bonus damage against elephants. So 150 damage per shot into elephants. Yeah, we had a game actually last week in the KPMM between Vortex and Lucifron where they actually proved this. It was Byzantines versus Delhi. He scaled up 4 of the Byzantine royal cannons and it just started to disintegrate the elephants. Got cannon fun time. You can even snipe the elephants. They're healing on the back of that actually. And well, they're already going down. Bye. Yep, the axe throwers. Louis, he is using the melee ranged. Royal elephants, no chain heal behind them. Forced to stand their ground. There's only 3 of them left. This isn't going to work. Louis, he's still got the cannon. And he's just overwhelming them here. So Zertan's attempt to punish the tag up is going to be a big middle finger in his face. How can you have a 40 worker lead and still not be able to break him like this? And Grand Winery is paying off as part of it. Look at the food income between these two. Same amount of food workers. Really the difference is Zertan is pumping into a lot of gold, but he's using that to pay for expensive technologies. Props to him in other ways, though. He did go for the maximum tier of the Elephant Harness. He does also have the Hissar Academy. So, if he starts spamming out the governors, he'll get more food and gold. So you get 50 food, 50 gold for each governor that's active. And then good news for Zertan, he did decap the Sacred Site, so Louis lost his win condition. I think you might discover a new one, though, man. I don't know. There's a lot of silver to be exploited here. So he's already generating some over here. We've got the starting mine. I'm just checking that he's actually generating silver off of every mine that he's been at. And he is. Remember, if you place a Varangian arsenal next to a mining camp, it will start to generate infinite silver for you. So 190 silver a minute from this one. And yes, you can't build standard castles as the Tughlaq. You build the Tughlaq forts. And then you upgrade them. So it does work out more expensive than standard castles to make them as good as standard castles. But the difference is you're getting a governor. And that governor will get upgraded every time the castle gets upgraded. So you can see the Emir Warriors one here just spawns more of them. But, you know, if we have a look at... Where's the other fort? Because he had 2, didn't he? Okay, well, if you look at this one, we can't see what's in it. He hasn't chosen anything. Dude, he's just not getting the keeps online. No, he has a second one, I think. Am I blind? Where is it? Oh, it's here. I'm blind. I just looked at it several times. So this one, for example, Governor Multan, he took it to tier 2, which is why his TC is working at 15 seconds to produce a villager instead of 20. And you can buy units of the Macedonians with silver, but you're limited to options in the Imperial Age. You'll either choose the Foreign Engineering Company, and you will pay with silver to buy these, or you can choose to go for the Palatine School and use silver to buy cataphracts. Now have to pay Twitch to remove ads? I mean, that's literally always been the case. That's what subscribing does. But like the more important part in the mind is meant to be it supports the creator of your choosing. Wink, wink. Like I'm seeing a Prime icon next to your name, but I don't see a Killer Pigeon sub icon next to your name. Big Clash. Louis. He has numbers, though. Really big numbers. And he's going to go for Axe Thrower mode. So looking to snipe down the War Elephants. They are so tanky, though. 1200 HP. To slay one of these beasts, you have to get through that. But he's doing it. It's 55 at Gemaffer. They're just too good. 168 HP, 15 base damage. The melee armor as well. It's going to be a swarm. Zertan Zika might be good, but his army is underwhelming. I thought Vikings were meant to be quality over quantity people. I guess this is what happens when they get their own horde going. Good lord. And yeah, trampling into Spearman won't work. Same with Cataphracts. Cataphracts get stopped by a brace. Like, you can try to trample in, but what's going to happen is you're then going to get stabbed by triple the spears you otherwise were. Like, actually, trampling with War Elephants into Spearmen is counterintuitive. Because if you stay on the side of a fight, you minimize the surround. Like, the reason why Lou started to win that fight, very clearly, is because he leaked the edges. So you got a concave going. War Elephants are weak against concaves. War Elephants are strong in straight line engagements. Because in a straight line engagement, even a counter unit of a Spearman is limited in how many can attack him. Which is why we quite often in this channel talk about crossbowmen being mandatory to counter War Elephants. Because in an equal sized fight, if you don't have crossbowmen, you don't have a way of reliably killing elephants. Should we mix in Raider Elephants? Hell no. There's nothing on the Macedonian side that you want Raider Elephants for. Remember, they're basically horsemen. Really, what he needs is probably crossbows or hand cannoneers. The hand cannoneers he's going for is going to be slow, though. And I don't know if he's going to have enough time for it. Louis, now sieging into the forts. He gets a concave again. The Radari diving on top of the archers. And that army's going to zero. Yeah, Louis showing you that the Vikings can swing a horde mentality, too. Interesting part is I don't feel like he went overly aggressive in his timings to achieve this either. When you think about it, Louis was conscious of the need to be greedy. But this fast castle into relic grab, I mean, it's just a game changer for the tech scalings, and it'll be a win for Louis MT. Yeah, what was that? Was that like a 40, 50 worker lead at some point? Who cares? They're too busy worshipping elephants when they should be worshipping Viking biceps. Zertan's missing those siege elephants. I don't think the siege elephants are very good. Then again, he did go Tower Victory, so like if there was a way to make them good, I think like if you want to play Ballista Elephants, you actually kind of need Tower Victory. I don't think it works without TOV. So like yeah, if he wants to make it work, if he wants to justify it, he's at least in the right direction. But let's see what else we've got. So they had some other games, so we can always check in on some of their other ones. There was some Golden Horde Tughlaqs. I don't know if I want to watch those Tughlaqs again, though. I want him the other way around. Yeah, some of these games are really, really short, which is why I'm not even bothering. I guess we'll have a look at Golden Horde Tughlaq. With the shoe on the other foot. Oh, and the comment earlier about read Maffa is because the MADR is pronounced Maffa. Like, kind of like Muffa. Mother. It's like a fur, like the type sound. All right, let's get ready to go. Oh no, he's back again. It's the worker elephant abuser, Louis MT. Sorry, I shouldn't say it like that. This man has been mischievous with his worker elephants, but then again, like, shoe on the other foot. We just had a game where Zertan abused that mechanic of scouting with elephants to the maximum. It's like, it's ridiculous just how good it is. In this game, it's going to be a bit more tame. As Psych, we got 2. It is going to be Tughlaq going up against Zertan on his Golden Horde. Zertan on the Golden Horde here. I mean, I think this is a civ that's going to take some time to really flesh out the itty-gritty details of. The thing about Golden Horde is, like, when you get in, I think they're easy to pick up, but they're hard to decipher for the maximum value, if that makes sense. I think there's going to be a lot of itty-bitty details here that you have to fixate on to get the most out of Golden Horde. But once people optimize that, these will be kings amongst men. And what is up, Curiosity? Appreciate with the Prime sub. Look at that. Curiosity didn't kill the cat. He wanted to avoid ads so that he could watch more of these amazing games. Can I please untangle the cable of my stream deck? Dude, the cable's fine. I don't know what you're on about. You're imagining it. All these people that judge me for my cables. Look, right. I refuse to be judged by someone who isn't even subscribed. They come into an Age of Empires chat with a Chaos Orb emote. Why you gotta do that to me, okay? I already have too many games I'm addicted to. I don't need to go back to Path of Exiles. That game took thousands of hours out of my life. Alright, so Louis, how ridiculous is it going to be? 9 sheep for Zertan. Louis at 16. In fairness, it's because he's playing on the berries first, but still, like, the edge you get here. I mean, that's the other absurd part. Not only are you scouting more and getting more sheep, but even your scout directly, even if you weren't to do this elephant strat with Tughlaq, your scout stays out longer because you go onto berries. Because remember, although you can't get an extra 100 food per berries like other Muslim civs, the Tughlaq still get the gathering rate buff. What's up, Digit Dragons? Appreciate the sub, mate. An untangle stream... Dude, I can't untangle the stream deck. What you're asking, like, doesn't make sense because of the way that the cables have been done. This is like... That's like cursed. I'd like to think of it as not tangled. It's simply that they are... they're intertwined. There's the diplomatic. Intertwined. Switch to food distribution? No, you didn't say please. Where's the manners nowadays? Like, do I need to, like, get my weapon slipper out? Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of you should know better as well. Like, a lot of you are in your 30s, all right? Did Grandma and Grandpapa not beat you with a stick when you didn't use your manners? Come on. Man, my nan was fierce for that. She's like, please and thank yous. Don't chew your mouth open. Did anyone have a relative that done that whole may I contradiction? Or was it was either may I or can I? It was one of them. I think it's both, actually. So for example, it was basically when you use words not in the demanding status politely, they'd contradict you. So for example, I remember, like, I was talking to someone about this when I was in uni in one of my lectures. He had it with his dad. His dad always done it, where it'd be like, could you pass the salt? And his dad would immediately go, I could. Because he's meant to, like, would you pass the salt? Or is it the other way around? Either way, like, basically, some of the people are really pedantic with that, where they will just nitpick if you use the words the wrong way. Or wrong with, like, you know, like, wrong. First level of forts cost too much for Tughlaq. Yeah, like, my big emphasis hasn't been the cost or the health. I think the big problem is fundamentally the build speed. Tughlaq bad forts take way too long to build for what they are. That's 2 minutes and 15. You can spend 15 seconds extra by default with a villager to build a TC. And the hilarity, by the way, is a TC will start off with more health than a Tughlaq fort. I wonder if it would be better if there was an option to build 2 forms of the fort. One that's already tier 2 and one that's tier 1. That might change things a little bit. I don't know. It's weird because there are some areas where Tughlaqs feel like they need a buff, and there's other areas where they actually kind of feel like they need a nerf. So, Louis, we have got 2 TC build again. And he's still gathering stones, so it will be a fort afterwards. The fort build makes sense for 2 TC. Normally, it's quite nice to build the fort next to the second TC, but just loose enough. Because I'm a really big fan of going for the Governor of Bakar, which generates food for nearby houses. We have got raiding on the way. Batu Khan coming to the fort. Zern, he's going for an archer composition to try and contest this. I don't know if archer is as good as just going straight up cav. The other interesting thing about what Louis is doing here is, like, you get a lot of efficiency. Not only do you get a strong defense when you do this build with the fort on the TC, you also, I mean, you're getting double outposts, so that's already almost half the cost of the stone instead of wood. But then also on top of that, you get the governorships. So it's providing a lot of garrison slots. Like, by building this next to the TC, the secondary, you have more garrison slots here than you have on a primary TC. Makes it very difficult to dive. Especially if Zertan's going to go archers, which are unarmored units. Official grammar rules say you can use, can I go to the bathroom instead of may I? Yeah. But, like, you know, the problem with official grammar rules are? Ain't meant to be a word. Welcome to Britain. Whoop, whoop. All right, Tughlaq fort's going to go up. It is going to be -1 worker, but I think Louis is happy with that. To get a wide TC and a castle drop and lose only 1 worker, and now straight into the Governor of Ajmer. So this is going to generate him Amir warriors for the low price of, wait for it, nothing. And on top of that, I like that he actually was thinking about doing that. Like, you could actually garrison them straight away just to get arrow fire. It's worth to ram that thing. It's not a bad idea. It only has 2k HP. So if people are willing to double ram to kill a TC, a secondary TC, this thing dies 25% quicker. Yeah, remember, it'll only take you 10 shunts with a ram to kill a Tughlaq fort at level 1. So if you have 1 ram, that means it's going to take you, is it 50, 60 seconds? And we will be getting rams. Yeah, Zern is going to try to map it out. I mean, you have so much value prop here. There's a Tughlaq fort and a town center. So it's worth a ram all in. But the tricky part is going to be these Amir warriors. They have 5 ranged armor by default, which, quite frankly, is a bit ridiculous. In Feudal Age, 5 ranged armor. And 12 damage and 180 HP. And remember, these are free. Now, they are limited near the castle, but with the 2 TC concept, I think Governor of Ajmer is going to be really strong. Ram's coming in. There you go. 200 damage every 5 seconds. So it's going to take him a little bit over 50 seconds. It should take him 51 seconds to kill a fort with 1 ram. So if you go double ram, you're going to kill out this castle in less than half a minute. That, of course, isn't calculating repairs, but Louis isn't really going to want to spend long repairing it, considering it costs stone. Yeah. Which is a really big problem, actually, with this Tughlaq fort system. I think it's something I've highlighted before about the newer civs, when they have these unique mechanics. Like, even when you think about the nature of manners for Lancaster, it's, like, very dangerous to play that game, because if it's key to the success of the civ, and they need stone, well, stone is eventually meant to be the hardest resource to get in the game. Because if you were to pull the resources all together and calculate how much exists of each, stone would be the lowest calculation on the map. I think food is close by default, if I'm not mistaken. Because you have what? Is it? Well, it'd be 6 croppings, right? So 6 to 1200. That's going to equal out at 7200 and 2400 twice. So you're sitting at 12,000 resources. But Deer is going to be almost 5k. Boar's going to add in another 4.5k or 4.4. And then you got the sheep and the berries. Like, stone is by far the least available resource in the map. Zun, he actually goes for the TC. Yeah, that's actually smart. He's trying to play away from the aura, but the aura is wide enough here. By the time the decay is kicking in, he's already able to push this off. So able to get him out. And we are going to get the stampede. We just use it to chase past the ram. Yes, you do damage the ram by doing this. Zun, I think he's backing up too much here. Yeah, the Kashyyyk should be able to beat the Raider Elephants is the weird part. I think maybe he's showing too much respect to the Emir Warriors because their stats are decaying a lot. They only have 2 melee armor, 2 ranged armor now. It's going to start to pop them down. Louis, man, he's going for castle. After a fight like that, he can justify as well. Zertan wasting the double ram play, getting nothing out of it. Remember, these elephants here, they're designed to kill range units and siege. They do 36 damage per strike to siege. Actually, more than that due to like the vulnerability. So with the 36 damage, you're basically going to kill a ram in 11 hits. It's a pretty good deal. And if you stampede, it also means that you can no-clip over the ram, so you don't just get this awkward body blocking affair sometimes that horsemen do. Like, actually, we talked recently about Raider Elephants feeling weird on what their role is meant to be. But I think specifically against Siege, they're actually sick. House of London now coming in from Louis, though. Zertan. And he needs to punish. Thoughts on Raider Elephants having the same pop requirements and price than Border Dragon Horsemen, worse stats and people? They produce quicker, though, right? I think, isn't a Gilded Horseman like 32 seconds? So they produce quicker, and they have this activate ability that actually makes them better than Gilded Horsemen. Where Raider Elephants thrive compared to Gilded Horsemen is utility. If you're trying to just use them as straight up brawler, then agreed. Gilded Horsemen are better. But like this type of position, like Zertan, as he steps up, there's a big risk that Trample just gets activated and he dies. Like the Khan. See here, for example, if this is Gilded Horsemen, I can block them with Keshyiks. But if Zertan commits to this fight here, and he tramples, Louis will just run past the Keshyiks. Yeah, and that's why he's running again. So you can't engage this the same way you would with Gilded Horsemen. Like, Gilded Horsemen try that, and Zertan's likely to just guard the choke point with Keshyiks. But against Raider Elephants, that's the quickest way to die. Speaking of those Raider Elephants, the upgrade just came in. This is actually where, like, Tughlaq is odd. In that they seem like a Civ that can kind of struggle in the early game, but then it just switches on. His economy is so good that he just immediately triggered veterancy and got it in 5 seconds. You heard me correctly there. Remember, you pay 20% more resources, but you get techs in 5 seconds. Not even China can do that. Now, these veteran Raider Elephants with the better attack speed, with the veterancy, they can actually beat Keshyiks. 23 damage per strike, not to mention the 2 attack speed. Healthy buff, and now the chase is on Zertan. I think he's just been scrambled by Raiders. Which is ironic for the Golden Horde. Aren't they meant to be the Raiders? Trying to headbutt him down. Keshyiks. The trample's going to come for a run. Run! Reminder that these 2 unit types almost cost the same. A Keshyyk's 200, a Raider Elephant's 240. And he's definitely killing more than he's losing. It's also just Tughlaq left over. Tughlaq have terrible damage. They're tanky, that's all they have. Elephant pushback just continues, and he's trying to save up now, but I've seen this too many times. Golden Horde just can't easily survive from behind on age up. If they're gonna do it, they need to be the ones attacking. And you can say that for most Civs, but I think Golden Horde is by far the biggest extreme. Looks like he's got to reinvest anyway. It's raid relevant. So freaking tanky. 285 HP. He did go in a rush towards raid armor 2 as well. I mean, Zud, I feel for him. At this stage, I'd be like, what do I do against this? Do I just go next game? You go next game. I think. Honestly, I think go next game is probably your best friend. Oh, bless him. That was a rough one. Raider elephants, guys. A weird unit, but when you find the right situation. Very food-hungry Civ. Like, you just do 2 TC on the deer. I think, like, that's the problem. Like, if that was a Mongol player, you couldn't just 2 TC the deer. You'd be getting Dark Age Rush. But, like, Golden Horde just don't really Dark Age Rush. By comparison, they are, like, the polar opposite in that way. It's very odd. Because it just feels way too expensive. There is a build you can do to Dark Age Rush, by the way, and it's to go for the Karash. Because they're very cost-efficient. The reason why players aren't doing that, though, is the outpost investment is really pricey on top of it. You spend 200 resources in the Dark Age compared to 100. So it's a really big ask. All right, let's see what else we got from all the boyos. Oh, we already done the WAM magic. Did I get a respond from the boys about show matches? I did not. Glee, boo, boo, ree, boo, boo. When exactly does the new DLC drop tomorrow? I'm honestly not sure. I'm sure someone in chat has the astute answer to that. But I am unsure. Pop Ball versus Wham game. Let's get for that. Let's get to it. By the way, reminder, KPMM is going to be back on Friday. So literally, DLC drops tomorrow, and then within 3 days, we are back as the first official Microsoft tournament on the expansion. It's time for the good old Canadian showdown. Puppy Paw versus Wham, the battle of the bros with the new civs. Golden Horde going up against the Macedonian Dynasty. So 2 aggressive civs. However, Wham has been playing Golden Horde a bit different. Yeah, someone had to try it. We've been talking about how this civ doesn't really feel like an economical civ. And Wham has been starting to impress me. We've seen 1 or 2 games where he just takes it in a different direction, focusing more on how you get infinite sheepdom. So, curious to see if we get something similar here. And if so, what Puppy Paw's response is going to be. You hope MS pays some influence to try their unique RTS roguelike? Something tells me they probably won't, and that's a shame. Like, if Microsoft wanted, they could just basically put $15,000 in my lap, and I would go get them some of the top strategy creators from several different games to come and play not only the Crucible, but we turn it into an event. I would literally turn it into a speedrun event. I would organize them a race to world first event for times on the leaderboard from several top creators, having them just smash through Crucibles, and we'd run a broadcast on this channel where we would hop in and see how each of them are progressing. I would even set it up to capture all their feeds on one screen and then zoom in and zoom out of them. Like, it would be so cool. It would be so incredible, and it's exactly what the Crucible deserves because it's such a fun game mode. It was a bit demoralizing on like the first day of the reveal. We hopped on the Crucible mode, and my viewership half compared to doing 1v1 casts. Maybe that's on me because we've like built an audience based on 1v1 casts. But I feel like a lot of people missed out on just how awesome the Crucible was when they left the chat. always host a tournament for Crucible, you are misunderstanding what I need there. If you got $15,000, we can talk. Because I'm going to need money to get the players to come play it for prize pooling. And then I'm going to need money to sort production to help with that. Because what I just described means I'm going to have to ingest, let's say, 15 different POVs and then hop between them regularly. My prime's worth 20 cents. It's a start. Yeah, yeah. It's a long road to go, though. I don't make like I don't like the beastie money or the Aegis money. I make humble money. Need more people to click my Opera GX link. Wink, wink. I think AE4 Pros would be interested in competing in that. It's not that I don't think Age of Empires 4 Pros would be interested. It's more that what's the value of having existing Age of Empires 4 Pros playing a PvE mode versus other people. It's much more intriguing to get the new communities in. You know, like, this is the thing. Like, I'm all for supporting your existing scenic creators because that benefits me. Like, games that do this really well is Paradox. Paradox sponsors people that would already do their games. I think you should have a balance. You should sponsor people that would already do your games, but you should also sponsor people who would not do your games by default. Because it's all about injecting new audiences into your ecosystem. Because let's say you get 10 streamers that each average 1,000 viewers to come in. That's 10,000 average viewers, but in reality, it's more like over 60,000 people across their streams. Unique people that might buy the game. If your conversion rate is 2.5% of that 60,000 number, that is still going to be an additional 1,500 players now playing the game. Take care of the laws first. We already do, dude. We literally already have another EDC tournament coming up at the end of this year. I run weekly tournaments that give money to the players. Can we not act like we're not already taking care of our own? Is it enough for everyone to live off of? No, but like, let's not be naive. If there's not viewership there, then no, it's not going to work. Like, even I don't have enough monies to cover all my bills from doing this. We're on a journey to being a full-time content creator, but I can't even pay my own bills. Like, you can't expect to suddenly be able to sustain 15 plus players livings with a small scene. You have to grow the scene first. But we're growing in the second age here. We've got Puppy Paw coming in with the Gagimp Maffa. And it is going to be the correct call because Wham is going straight into the Batu Khan and the Torkut. But he has already set up an infrastructure here, and this is going to be really popular, by the way, with the Golden Horde. Okay, maybe not as popular as I was thinking. He's going to complete it. I thought he was going to half complete it because this is 200 resources. You might not even need this outpost. If your opponent's not going to attack you, it's redundant and wasted resources. But it looks like he's going to take it all the way. Uvu in the corner as well. So double Uvu already set up. That's going to generate him 120 stone per minute. And that will allow him to now start pumping out a Tortugud, or double Tortugud at that, every just over a minute. Because he did go for the building carts, by the way. Which is very different. We don't often get building carts. Oh, wait, no, sorry. He did go Khan Tortugud. I'm not imagining. My brain was like, the discount's not big enough. No, he went Khan Tortugud. So he's getting double Tortugud for 160 stone instead of 200. Batu Khan. Wait, is he going to lose that fight? Whoa, just about. That's a little bit tight. What do I do on top of streaming? Slowly drain my bank account. Yeah, I got good business plans. So, a lot of my sustained living came out of esports presenting and commentating for different events. But because I tried to focus on building a community here and double down on content, that has been neglected a bit in the last year or so. So, this is the part where chat gets to call me an idiot. So yeah, like, let's just say my earnings for this year is definitely in the negative. And yes, you do have different colored sheep. There's now black sheep, white sheep, brown sheep, and also the fabled pink sheep that has 0.5% chance to spawn. And thank you guys, appreciate the support. But yeah, you're right. There might be like a TikTok audience that would like the Crucibles, whatever. I think like Crucibles, the challenge with Crucibles is it probably by default is not going to be interesting to watch outside of what we just described of like doing a tournament of some kind. But the casual audience playing it, I think, would deeply dive into that mode. But like universal credit? No, I wish. So when I say I'm in the negative, I mean I have bills to pay. And living in the UK ain't cheap, dog. Like, if I didn't have a family and everything, I probably would have just said screw it and moved to Poland or something. Right, so Puppy Paw, he's going for a semi-fast castle timing here. So we've got Adkin Maffa plus the Bog Maffa. Remember, these are the spearmen and archers of the Macedonians, the Viking variety. Interestingly, he didn't go horseman, but he did go Grand Winery, so it kind of makes sense. I feel like if you're not going Hippodrome, you're probably never doing horseman. Do colored sheep also spawn from pastures? Ah, that's a great question. I haven't tested that yet. I assume they do, but I haven't looked into it. We've only shown like 2 Mongol games, and one of them is to show the brokenness of something else. Okay, so who's winning this? We've got like a nice position for Wham with the deer placements. Like, he's completely unharassed on economy. And what is up, Uppercut? Appreciate the sub, man. You're a legend. Welcome to Swarm. Good. We approached that point where I'd have to do the meme. You guys, it's been 3 hours since you sub. This is less than minimum wage. You guys remember that political streamer that had that outrage? It's years ago, but it was such an outlandishly over-the-top, like, outrage scream at their own community. I always remember it now. System of the First Hill is going to be coming in from Puppy Paw, so we have got him aging up. Now, the System of the First Hill is very different in its focus for Macedonians. For the Byzantines, it's about making your units better by healing them in combat. But with the System of the First Hill for the Macedonians, it's about making your economy and production rates better. It is going to give you 160 food if you place it on a farm, 160 wood if you place it on a lumber camp, and so on and so forth for minor camps. But it's also going to give you ramped up production rates. However, this gold spawn might give Puppy Paw a headache. Yeah, I don't think he was expecting Wham to turn up with 10 archers. That's a bit of a game changer, but we have got his own game changer coming in. Double Varangian Stronghold with defensive arrow slits. You heard that correctly. For the low price of 200 resources, actually I think it's 150, you will get arrow slits automatically on every one of your Viking barracks. So essentially, he built this to build an army, and he turned it into a double outpost. You should go to Greece? Well, that's all well and good, but like the problem we highlighted is I can't because I've got a family and I've got obligations. So when you're young and you don't have like a partner and you don't have kids and whatever, like you know, if you're single, well, like not even young, when you're single, whatever, you can make those kind of choices. But there are an entirely different spectrum of variables that come to consideration when you have kids, family in the house and whatever. How much resource is a Tortugud? A Tau plus Go. Oh, okay, yeah. A Tau is 200 and a Go is 75. I thought you were trying to say Tortugud in the most janky way I've ever seen. So we have got Relic Ubers coming in, by the way. I gotta say, wow, this isn't as bad as I was thinking it was gonna be. Normally when Golden Horde try and tech up afterwards, it looks bad every time. But Puppy Paw hasn't really been able to get out of the base. That idol on the gold hurt him a lot. He should have had 3 or 4 Radari already. But wasn't able to start getting that pump going. Bogmaffer are at least going to be able to deny the little raid on the flank. We are 35 seconds out from an age up, but Puppy Paw is already putting the pressure on. With Relic Uvus, Wham's focus is to get relics. You can see by that monk on the bar, Puppy Paw is already thinking the same thing. And yeah, the Golden Horde's head on villagers because they produce 2 villagers every 37 seconds as opposed to 1 villager every 20. So it inflates their worker counts. 10 seconds away. Bogmatha is stepping up, though. No upgrade queued for them. Oh, sorry, no, it is. Yeah, I don't know why. I keep looking at that, not thinking it's Bogmatha. It's because for whatever reason, they decided to put a cape there. I think it's meant to be a cape. Or it's a tower. So yeah, I've got Veterancy coming in. Range damage one as well. The Relic's nicely guarded. Wham denies the first Monk attempt perfectly. This is going to get tricky to defend, though. With the Veterancy now on the Bogmatha. Poppy backing up entirely. Okay, a little bit surprised by this. There should be some urgency towards the mid-map objectives. The Relics here are the key goal for both players. In fact, you see Wham now already adding in the prayer tank. Are we actually going to get a good Relic Uvu game? Because I feel like in the last 2 days, they felt rare. At the very beginning, it seemed like the thing that everyone wanted, and then they realized just how hard it was to get. So for those that have not seen Relic Uvus, it is a way that you can turn relics into infinite stone generating Uvus. Well, you think the little upgrade icon for the Bogmatha is a towel? I mean, I guess that could make sense. You know, they probably need a towel to wipe off all the sweat from all the working out they do, because these are what we call the Swall Archers. They are much more beefy for an extra 10 HP, and they can get extra tower range here and move speed. Yeah, these are the peak athleticism archers. Okay, so Wham, he's scaling into archers now. Has he done the... No. Okay, so what I was looking for is Wham has this history of going Karash. He's a big believer in getting the body shields. So these are the trash units that buff up your armor and all your nearby units. For this game, he hasn't really been saving up for it. Now, the stone's been going elsewhere. That's good news for Poppy Paw, especially considering he's gone Bogmatha, because the +1 damage would be pretty frustrating here. Poppy Paw. He has started to pick up relics. One thing that scares me a bit here for Wham is if he loses this relic game even a bit, the silver gen is crazy with these relics. You get an extra 80 silver a minute, which you can see at this stage is substantial. It's essentially like an extra quarter to your silver income. And remember, he needs the silver because that's how you generate your extra levels of blacksmith decks. And there's a lot of levels, folks. So, standard civs have 12 blacksmith decks in total. The Macedonians have 36. Dive coming in, though. They won't be able to get the 36 if it goes like this, but the triple Varangian Stronghold, pretty effective here. Yeah, it needs to get out of range. The start of that fight was really good, but if you hang around, it gets ugly fast. Reminder, these Varangian Strongholds shoot really quickly. They attack every 1.12 seconds, which, for reference, a town center takes 1.8 seconds to attack. And yes, you heard me correctly. 36 techs related to damage and armor, because it's split into infantry, ranged, and cavalry, and there is 6 for each. And that's before I add in the fact there's a fortifications tech for health on buildings and iron fittings for health on siege. If you add those in as well, you're looking at 48 silver-based techs. Oh, and then, of course, we've got the unique ones here, which are one-offs, to make it 50 silver techs. You need a lot of silver. There's a reason why in our showcase video, I mentioned you might want to steal the silverware from your grandma. People, we've got quite a lot of Radari coming through. Wham is switching to crossbows, but currently lacks a front line. Yeah, and he's going spamming into the Bogmatha. I'm not the biggest fan of Wham's position right now, actually. Unless he's somehow pulled a lot of relics, which is possible. And his monks are somewhere. He's got 2 relics coming home. So yeah, I think he's... Is there one relic unaccounted for? There is. So he must have made a relic Uvu somewhere. Yep, right here. Okay, so if he gets the other two back, this is huge. But it looks like instead they're going to get denied. Snatched away. Puppypaw hesitant to take a fight. Yeah, right now he split his army in two, which is looking like a critical mistake here. Wow. Now with numbers clearly on his side, looks to march in and punish that. Runestone's going to be dropped. Angry Viking mode activates, but Puppypaw outnumbered here. And the attacks begin. The Batu Khan now buffing the damage of all units by 10%. The backstab does come through from the Radari, but he needs those crossbow kills. Targeted them here with the health bars. They're the ones that need to be going down. Archers are targeting them down, so the Bog Mafia trying to make it possible. The Radari will survive. Puppypaw, a fantastic fight found. Yeah, these guys are just way too tanky. 260 HP, 6 melee and ranged armor. And wham, even with his little boy Okarashi, not enough to step up to the challenge here. Yeah, did I mention they also got an extra +1 damage due to the runestones and smashed it straight into the Golden Horde's face? Man, great surround coming out from Puppypaw there. Really cool game, actually, between the two. And once again, a recurring theme. Those Radari, I said it day one, they're a top 3 cav unit right now. The question at this rate is, are they actually just the best? I think they might be. Radari are the true slick Ricks, man. They are by far like the most giga stacked and scary, I think. Just trying to think who we could try and get to do a share match. What's the best cav civ? Cav unit? I think it might be Radari. Legit, I think it might be Radari. Because like the thing you have to realize about Radari stats, guys, is that they are 2 base damage higher than standard knights. They attack, I think, quicker, if I remember correctly. But they have no charge. But they have more base HP by default. They get more base HP when they scale their armor. And they get melee and ranged armor together anyway. And they have a hybrid axe throw. So, like, unless you, as a French player, think about it this way. Like, a French player, unless you get Cantled Saddles upgrade, your charging will give you +3 damage for 3 attacks. So, I don't have that lance attack, but I am on a Radari, and a Radari is quicker than a knight. So, if I just run away from your knights with my Radari until your charge runs out, you now don't get buff damage. You also don't get that big lance attack at the start. So now I'm just clubbing you with a better sword. And remember, you can then get Run Fire for 1,000 silver that gives you +3 damage on the Radari. So now I'm hitting for 29 base damage, and I can scale that 4 times in melee, but realistically it'll be like 2 times by then. So I'm hitting for 31 base damage. I'm hitting faster than you are. And if you try and run away from me, I can turn into the axe throw. And the axe throw is melee damage as well, so ranged armor is redundant. Does it sound good enough yet? Are you guys like sold, buying 5 of those? Because you should be. It's crazy strong. Yeah. Alright, let's see who else we've got. I see we're back to everyone and their mom having privated data. We know my opinions on this, don't we? It's a pretty fair opinion on this. I don't think you should be allowed to private on this server. Need a Sangoku game? Let me see what I can do. I'm bumping Louis. Anatan isn't available right now. I'm trying to think who else we said had access. Because I started to make a list of people who had access, but I think I accidentally deleted the list. Vortex and Luciferon? Maybe? Tricky part is if I pay them per game, they have a history of having very fast games, so I'm going to bleed money very fast. I know Dumu has access, but Dumu hasn't I don't think Dumu's bothered to touch the test server at all. So like it'd be pointless. I think we kind of had that Myriad. I'm sure he doesn't mind me saying. I think he said he didn't have much time so far. So like Corvinus has been nerding out on the test server, but Myriad hadn't. So like we got a 5-0 result, and it's not really surprising with that detail in mind. Also, the two players' playstyle. I'd say like Myriad's the type of player that benefits from developing and understanding the meta, whereas you know, like Corvinus fits more into that crazy scientist role, you know, in the lab experimenting. Pay them by the hour? Maybe. I'm just seeing, like, I'm trying to think who else was on this. I think Puppy Paw and Wham aren't around right now. It's actually like no, yeah, Puppy Paw won't be. Wham might be. Maybe like a Wham versus Vortex or Wham versus Anno. Well, I said Anno isn't around. If we get Wham versus Louis, that'd be pretty sick. But Louis is just AFK. I don't know if he's like just having a break away from the PC. Maybe. Let me message Wham. Because Puppy Paw isn't available on weekdays, right? But Wham, I actually haven't asked him. I think he's still trying to just like commit full time. And he has like maybe a part-time job or something. Whereas Puppy Paw has like a 9 to 5 now. BC's get a problem line soon. He might be interested. Highly doubtful. And also, I'm pretty sure in the past when I asked Beastie, the price has been too high. Replays? Yeah, but like the problem is finding replays because everyone's data is privated. It's also like, to be blunt with you, there's like very little point, if we're being totally honest about it. There's very little point, like if I know that show matches are going to drum up more viewership, you kind of want content that's unique to you. You know what I mean? Like that's why yesterday when like Beastie was like gonna try and was looking at the games from the Corner series, I'm like, can you please not do this when I'm still live with the show matches today? Because it's like, if people know that these show matches are just going to be shown on your channel, they're not going to, like, they're like, any new people that might have been like, oh, well, KP's doing something different, I'll go look. They'll just then wait for you to do it. That's the theory anyway. Like, don't get me wrong. He has his own audience. I have my own audience. There is some overlap for sure. Like, we'll both see it when we look at our breakdown. Twitch tells you where people come from and where they go. But, like, there's definitely a little rub effect of, like, well, if people know they can get this thing here instead, they might just wait for that there instead. Didn't know you had to pay just for a match showcasing new civs. Yep. So we had 4 show matches this weekend, and I paid for every single one. Wildman done a show match yesterday. She paid for it as well. So like we're just like, this is the thing. Like I don't know. We don't really make money. I think there's like, if I had to weigh up how many people are paying their bills in Age of Empires 4 full-time making a living, the number's definitely less than 10. I guess it depends on where they live though, right? So I think Lash has said that he breaks even, which is actually impressive living in Germany. Beastie definitely would be fine. Dubu, and this is speculation, like this is why, like, if I knew the exact numbers, I wouldn't talk about it. The speculated numbers, I think Dumu probably is a bit tighter now with the end of the Team Liquid relationship, but I don't know what else he's got coming in. Drongo can be Kushki if he wants to. And what's up, Clacky Boo Boo? Appreciate the sub. That helps me a bit. Thank you much. Absolute legend. And then, like, maybe Vortex, depending on where he's living right now. Because, like, Spain has a lower cost of living than, like, Germany, the UK, etc. Oh yeah, Anatan's a fair one. Like, well, Antan lives in Belarus, right? So that's a pretty, that's a low cost of living country. So yeah, that would make sense. I'm not sure about Corvinus because he lives in Sweden. Trying to think who else there is. Anna doesn't do content. He occasionally streams, but he tends to focus on streaming in Russian. And then catering that audience, which I think is smart. Like there's not many people doing it. It might be a small audience, but that makes more sense. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about Marine Lord. Yeah, Marine Lord's a very obvious one. Win lots of tournaments, big brain, big head, big butt. Don't ask me about the butt. And then like obviously he has the Gentlemate's contract, which I could speculate the value of that per month. It's enough to make him cozy. Voldemort, and yeah, Voldemar's a fair one. Voldemar with coaching. So for Voldemar, coaching is his primary revenue. I think he wouldn't mind me saying like from a streaming standpoint, streaming is more of like the hobby element. YouTube and coaching is his thing. Corvinus lives in Sweden? I believe so. I think he used to live in Hungary and then moved to Sweden. Or maybe he always lived in Sweden. Is there anyone we're forgetting? I don't think so. Yeah, Voldemar might compete and do content, but like the majority of his money comes from coaching, I'm pretty sure. It just makes sense. That was his like main focus. And it's impressive, like if Voldemar's able to make a living as well, that's impressive because he lives in Denmark. Jean Do? Yeah, Jean Do. Well, is Jean Do full-time? I thought Jean Do was part-time content creator. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But, like, yeah, it fits in the whole, like, who's making a living, whatever. Oh, and Elyona now. Because Elyona has been contracted onto Gentlemate. So I imagine he makes enough to live off of now as the go-to caster guy. Because, I don't know, Gentlemate seems like the type of org that doesn't shortchange you. But maybe I'm wrong about that. They seem like they look after their guys. Which is nice to say, nice to see. And it's rare these days in esports because it feels like most orgs aren't for their players, they're just for themselves. Wham and Puppy Paw, yeah. So we just talked about Wham and Puppy Paw. So like Wham is trying to make it full time. I think he has a part-time job, and then Puppy Paw has a full-time job. Elyona still has a day job. Okay, there you go then. But I imagine he's getting something from Gentlemates. That makes sense as well. Like I think if he was just full-timing, he'd be online a lot more, and that also makes sense for his scheduling with KPMM. But the point I'm getting at is, like, there is very few people that can be, like, full-time. Like, I've been kind of basically, like, punting on speculative growth. Is the idea is, like, you know, build it and they'll come, and then we'll get to the point where we're, like, able to make a living. But I still have to work my ass off behind the scenes, off camera, and then doing other things to try and make ends meet. It's really hard, man. Like, the upsides of being a content creator as a career is, like, you get to do what you love. Although some people like don't like doing that because the logic is if you do what you love, then you love it less because it becomes your job or whatever. But the downsides is like in the current market, Twitch viewership is down because bots. Advertising spend is down on Twitch because bots. And then like YouTube viewership is like, so YouTube is very hard to grow. It's a very slow process. And I appreciate everyone who's like coming from these platforms. I'm not shaming you for being here or whatever. But like, for example, for Age of Empires 4, the era of big YouTube growth is kind of gone. Because it was like, release is the big time. You know? Farmman does this, actually. Farmman usually builds like a new channel when a new game comes out. Like when Stormgate came out, he done like the Stormgate Central channel and just basically had small highlight clips of the new units or whatever. And he would generate like, you know, 10, 15,000 views on those videos and he'd build a few thousand subs. And then like Drongo done this with One More Turn. When Civ came out, he saw an opportunity. So usually like for YouTube, unless something big hits in the marketing, which we don't get any marketing in AoE4 is the problem. It can be challenging to build after the fact unless you're doing something uniquely different and there's a big audience that exists already. But like with AoE4, there's a lot of people that play, but I feel like the drip through into content creation is a lot smaller. I'm just not sure. Like, I think part of it is they don't like nothing in the game advertises that there's even an ecosystem, which is pretty sad. Sorry. Anyway, like we want about more games, weren't we? So let me have a look here, because I don't think has Give You Anxiety. No, Give You Anxiety hasn't even touched it. Like he hasn't even bothered with this one. And Soldier. Nah, the Soldier's even longer. I think Soldier was playing that Age of Empires 3 tournament the other day. Let's see if Mr. Crackmeister can deliver us some goodies. Our legendary Crackety. He hasn't been on in a few days either. AV devs expect nostalgia to do. The nostalgia only works for older games. It doesn't work for newer ones. Newer ones is pointless. Because there's no nostalgia. Because like people open and go, I remember Age of Empires. Like, oh, this isn't Age of Empires. And then they'll close the game. So you got to figure out how to get a new audience, basically. Oh, I'm going through a list of accounts. Guys, throw me names of people who are like on the test server. We've checked Poppy Paw, we've checked Magic. What's Corv been up to? Has Corv been cooking? Nah, he hasn't played anymore since the show match series. Marine Lord's taking a break, so he's not focusing on this right now. Oh? What's this game? Pretty sure this wasn't the one we cast. Myriad versus Corv Golden Horde Macedonians? Do we have confirmation on launch time for tomorrow? Does anyone have that? Oh, it's gonna be this bug again. Yo, what's up, Camera? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate ya. Welcome back to Swarm. Sass, nah, Sass will be privated. I'm almost certain. He usually is. So he's 27. Really? So they're releasing it really freaking late. That's annoying. 6 p.m. GMT tomorrow, dude. I'm gonna need like a show match, aren't I? Yeah. Oh, whoops. Let me not spoil it for you. There you go, guys. Look, I fixed the names. Oh, there we go. Name shit. No, look at that. All right, in we go. Oof. Last time we watched these two clash, Corvinus just had Myriad's number every step of the way. So we may be in for depressing grim affairs, or possibly the Golden Horde rises. Let's find out. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We've got Myriad on the Golden Horde up against Corvinus, the Macedonian Dynasty. This is, of course, going to be a casted game from the test server. So the early access limited to a handful of people. And shout out to Corv for having that data open. What a legend. Appreciate people who have actually left their data open because we're just talking about this live on stream. You can be part of that conversation if you watch live on twitch.tv/killerpigeon, by the way. It's a little bit deflating to just have this whole test environment and 90% plus of people just have private data. And like within that, I kind of get it with some that are maybe content creating themselves. But there's a lot of people that are literally doing no content at all and they're just hiding their data. It's silly as well. Like some of these people aren't going to be competing in the final EGC tournament of the year. So it's not even like they're prepping secret strats. It's weird. Anyway, Myriad, with the Golden Horde, we have been seeing a lot of the Khan Tordagood. There's been a lot of focus on heavy cav so far with this Civ. For the Macedonians, we've seen a bit more of a mixture here. We've been seeing some horseman spam strategies with Hippodrome. We've seen actually a pretty healthy mixture, I want to say. Although most strategies end with heavy cav, the way to it is at least diverse. We've seen Viking archers, Viking spearmen, the Viking men-at-arms, all of them coming out. That's refreshing. I would say the Varangian Guard has been underutilized in the Macedonian games we've seen. And it probably will be underutilized here. I don't think you really want to be doing Varangian against the Golden Horde. Macedonia is going to be new Rus. They can do everything too well. I'm not convinced of that. I don't think they economy that well. And Rus economy really well. Like, actually, if you think about it, Macedonians, to some degrees, are polar opposite to Rus. Rus can go a whole game without touching gold and win. Macedonians have to go for gold. To a higher extreme than, like, any other civ in the game because their technologies require it. Specifically to get silver. So you have to go gather gold just so that you can get silver. And you're not even getting a 1-to-1 ratio on that. So it requires a lot of demand. Like, I think the meta for Macedonians is actually going to be marketplace. You're going to need marketplaces when you play Macedonians. Because if you go for marketplaces, then you can transfer the gold into food while getting the silver. So, like, normally gathering one resource to trade for the other is pretty subpar because you'll pay like 140 gold for 100 food. But the reason why it's good for Macedonians is if I'm paying 140 gold to get 100 food, but I'm still then getting like 40 silver in this same period, I'm essentially 1-to-1ing. You think Golden Horde are the worst? Nah, my instincts have been telling me Tughlaq Dynasty is the worst. And I kind of stand by that. And then Golden Horde just below them. But at the top, it's either Macedonians or Sangoku. Then again, like, we haven't seen much Sangoku in the last day or two. I don't know if that's because people are like, okay, we know what broken thing we're doing, we figured it out. Or if it's more that people don't think they're as good as they were. And I could believe it being the latter, just because, like, the Sangoku Daimo looked really good. But that's, like, initial impact. You know when someone goes, oh my god, a French knight is OP, and then they discover they can build a spearman? It's like, oh, there are actually solutions. What's the broken thing with Sangoku? The eco-inflation. The eco-inflation gets them into a lot of options in the mid-game because of the early yatais that gather food. But now we're already seeing players start to react to that. If you start aggroing and blocking that play, they're not as good. These are two civs that can actually block it very well. So tech up complete. It is going to be a grand winery play, so Corvinus leaning into the food gathering here. 30% buff on every food source and range. Berries, deer, boar, sheep, whatever it is. You could even drop this grand winery next to a fishing pond to get insane rates. That's a thing, by the way. But mainly people just build it next to the berries. You don't really want to be building your tier 2 landmarks out of your base often, especially when you're playing against civs like the Golden Horde. And what did I just say we haven't been seeing? We've got Varangian Guard. Oh, how interesting. Yeah, the Varangian Guard is a little bit surprising to me up against Golden Horde. So Varangian Guard are actually, on a stats basis, pretty good. You pay the 130 resources that you always have to, but the difference maker here is the fact you're getting 4 melee armor on a feudal unit. That's pretty strong. Yeah, and also, it's very nice and organic the way you scale these. Like, I haven't seen many people go that way with the arsenal, but if you start scaling the health and armor of Varangian, it's really strong. And yeah, Corvinus agrees. Because, guys, you're going to get even better melee armor while simultaneously getting your ranged armor tech. This is a very powerful play. Situational, but powerful. Okay, so Corv is up to something, by the way. Yeah, he's going for a fast castle build. Varangian strongholds are getting the defensive arrow slits. So remember, guys, you pay 150 resources, and it means that every one of your Varangian stronghold praxes will have arrow slits in them. Can't garrison in them, but they fire very fast. 6-tile range only, but they attack every 1 second for 10 damage. Remember, standard arrow slits is 8 damage. That's really, really good. Yeah, and with the way he set it up, guarding the gold, this is just going to be attack as quickly as possible by the looks of it. He might be forced to add in more units, though. And yeah, we even get one on the tree line. What a cool build. I mean, cool in some ways. He's just ratting for greed. But it's going to show you how powerful it is. Thought good. They can beat the Adgimafa, but it can be tricky. Corvinus not paying attention, though. Other spearman was on a coffee break. So we'll be an idle out on the gold. Corvinus now having to queue up 4 more of these spearmen. Awkward slowdown there. Myriad, in the meantime, is going to be shifting out of the map. So he's playing onto the deer. Great usage of the situation. If Corvinus wants to be a greedy boy, it means he's not going to be attacking you. So you should go and take these pocketed resources. Oh, we do have a war camp now. I've got so used to war camps being built by default, I didn't even notice he didn't build it until now. Oops. No, almost gets punished for it as well. Dive on the tree line. The Toghlaq do take a long time for the Varangian strongholds to kill. They got 3 ranged armor, and they have 270 HP. The beefy buggers. And a reminder, they are Keshiks, just with lower stats in some areas, like damage. And what that means is when they attack, they heal. They also are able to heal that Khan when they're not fighting. Yeah, this unit tends to do a lot. Akimafa chasing it. They don't die that fast, by the way. He's got ranged armor, he's got 5 more health, and you have 10 more health by default. Yeah, so this is like having military boot camp for the Abbasids. Against small numbers of archers, it can be impactful. Is going to be able to snipe 2 of the Toghlaq. Ooh, good pull away, actually. Myriad. Minimize the losses. Looks for a recommit, but the Spearmen do reallocate the attack. That's a lot of Akimafa down. Remember, the Spearmen of the Macedonians cost more than standard spears. You pay 10% extra to build these bad boys. It looks like the Bogmaffer actually made it worthwhile. He snuck in, denied the outpost, and got a double kill on the deer. Okay, so pressure relieved. More strongholds coming in. And Myriad probably now feeling confident about that tech up. Was an early war camp get you? It's more the case that once you start losing units, if you didn't already have the war camp up, you've lost value. Because the war camp gives you a unit for free every time you lose 6 of one. Based on value, by the way. So, like, you know, you could technically get Bogmaffer from losing a lot of spears. But the ratio of cost is 6 to 1. So, to keep it simple in your brain, if you lose 6 spearmen, you'll get 1 spearman for free at the war camp. And because it is also a house, giving you 10 population, it's worth just building this straight away. Because the only downside over building a house is that it takes 5 seconds longer. Okay, so farms are coming in. Corvinus is actually slowing down a bit instead of just rushing the age up. Which, I mean, color me surprised here, actually. Didn't he have, like, 600 food at one point? Oh, his TC is skipping production as well. Oops. And yes, the Varangian war camp is also a house. Hence why you just build it straight away. Because the only downside is it will take you 5 seconds longer. So you can argue that it's suboptimal to build it straight away before you need it. But the logic is it's much easier to just build it and forget about it than forget to build it later. Because we've all been there. It's the same logic of like wheelbarrow. If you don't get it in the first 10 minutes, it's quite common to forget it for a lot of the game. Does Myriad even feed his people? Yeah, he feeds them to the Vikings. Which are still waiting, by the way. Oh, what a little pain in the ass. Man, this game has slowed down quite a bit, huh? Yeah, it's because usually by now someone's trying to age up. They're being kept honest on both sides here. What's scary is you're scaling feudal on both sides. It actually does trend quite well for Macedonians because Macedonians will start getting runestones. Like, we haven't seen the impact of that because there's not been enough kills. But as they start to trickle in, like now, that's when Corvinus can more easily win these fights. Increased movement speed and range allows for a bit of a chase. Good cutting from Myriad, though. Just trying to edge it. Stay away from the Bogmaffer as much as possible. Boggies, they're going to try to deal with the archers. The Keshik line spreads out, and they jump straight past. He ignores the Varangian guard, dives on in. And guys, those Bogmaffer, they have nothing. No, they haven't got range damage. They haven't got ranged armor, melee armor, anything at all. Perfect fight for the Keshiks. Myriad just going to chase it up as well. Yeah, Corvinus went full angry Vikings. He got tier 2 armor for them? The idea is cool, but if you can just be ignored, it's kind of pointless. These berserks may have been a mistake. Outnumbered, the Keshiks just targeting down the angry ones one by one. Myriad. Have we reached Stockyard Point yet? We have not. He's still got the boar over here, so he's not in a rush to switch over to infinite food. But we're already getting there with Korv. which means he can kind of afford to start taking these somewhat subpar fights. What's going to be important in that is he's tanking up his Rangian, and he'll be able to afford a lot of them if he keeps spamming farms like this. You remember, each of these farms is 30% better due to the Grand Winery. Yeah, the Gathering rates is fantastic. He even has the fertilization tech. So he's capped out on what he can get at this stage of the game. Too much going on with this DLC? Oh, I disagree. You probably said the same thing when Age of Empires 4 first came out, if you think about it. There was a lot to learn when AoE 4 first came out. You know, that's just the nature of things. Also, I'm sorry, you're high as a kite. Europa Universalis 5 releases tomorrow about the same time as Age of Empires 4, and you think Age of Empires 4 has too much going on. My friend, I've early accessed both of them, and I can tell you, Age of Empires 4 is like learning to fold a piece of paper. Europa Universalis 5 is like trying to learn advanced origami. Actually, that's not true. It's more like folding a paper airplane. Still more complicated, but a lot of it is like convoluted bollocks. There is a simple way. Because they have a bunch of automated buttons in that game. Seriously, like I was struggling and I just clicked automate on everything. I did all of a sudden end up in a war that I didn't want to be in, though. Seems like a lot because it's all at once. Exactly. People just need... Remember what I tell you guys about. Just take one thing that you want to focus on and learn. With caster games, it's nice because we're explaining things as we go along and you can get a feel for it. But when you get hands-on with this DLC and you start playing these civs, just choose one to begin with. Read the descriptions and go, I think I like that, and then have a go at it. And just push it until you reach a point of like, I don't like this anymore. Then try something else. Ooh, Condi buff. Myriad, he did get the arrows, so 10% more damage being received by all of Corvinus' units, but still he doesn't give a damn. Bogmaffer numbers are getting up. He did use the Unwavering Focus there, which means that he takes 2 armor away from the damage being done. So the Keshiks are only at 2 armor when the archers have that ability active. He's on cooldown right now, though. Paradox games draw special types of gamers. Are you kidding me? RTSs do that too. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that your casual Fortnite jiggy dancer people like playing Age of Empires games. I don't know how to tell this to you, and wear it as a badge of honor, if anything. But you are the eccentric weirdo amongst the gamer group as well. As RTS people, we are a niche. You know? We aren't the same as the FIFA people, or the Call of Duty people. And we have got a system the first hill coming in. So this is going to give Corvinus a buff towards his production rates, or his research rates, or he can get resources for free. It depends on what you cast the ability on, because you use this on buildings, not on units. So yeah, he uses the Glug here. Look at the production rate now. He gets Rangian every 10 seconds instead of every 25. This is basically Floating Gate. The best way to think about this is temporary Yorishiros from Japan. Other side, we did see a tech up into Muscovy Yasak. This is a pretty smart choice, actually. Corvinus is going pretty hard into Bogmaffer, the archers of the Vikings. So what Myriad is going for is an extra +2 ranged armor on all of his heavily armored units, allowing him to completely negate the unwavering focus that increases penetration. How are they playing this? Some creators and players got early access to show off the game. It has been a struggle to show off the game because some people don't let you. But shout out to Corvinus for keeping it open. Raid in here. Myriad, nicely done. And, whoa, these farms, they're unguarded. Problem is, you don't really want to dive with Age 2 Keshiks. You do, however, want to dive with Age 3 Men-at-Arms. He goes in on the stockyard. Yet, reminder, these stockyards, you don't garrison on them, you just stand on them. You're not safe. So -4 there, the chase continues. Myriad, he still has to buy time. He's 25 seconds out. This has been the classic issue of the Golden Horde. Their tech-ups take too long. We have got runestones being dropped. Reminder, it provides movement speed increase as well, which means if he keeps dropping them, the Rangian can gap close these archers. Yeah, the irony is you're watching a Mongol variant that can get yammed by their opponent. And there it is! The yam comes in. Runestone buff movement speed, able to give him the chase. Myriad's archers numbers are looking abysmal. Muscovy Yasak just came in, so he did just get the +2 ranged armor to all of his Keshiks. So up to 6 ranged armor is great here. He's going to need it up against the 9 damage Bogmafur. I've got a few raiders into the bait. What? Did he get like an extra 4, 5 worker kills? Oh my god. The Vikings doing what they do best, pillaging the innocents. Varangian Guard going to stand their ground. Runestone goes down. That's going to be a +1 damage for them. Range units finally did catch up, and it's going to be unwavering focus. The target fire coming in, but mistakes may have been made here. Corvinus. I don't know what those archers were doing, but they were not participating. Yeah, the Varangian wave gets swept. Veteran Sifa Keshiks is now in. And the Bogmafur, the penetration just ran out. Yeah, so now you have a problem. These guys are actually quite tanky. 7 ranged armor against 9 damage. Keshiks now diving in from the side. Great defense by Myriad. Able to push this away. Might need a counterattack, though, considering the damage is taken. Can you let us know who isn't allowing you to watch the replays and that don't make content? I want to make sure who to support and not support the scene. I'd rather take the approach of shouting out the people that actually do and rewarding those with praise that actually do allow access. Hence why we tip the hat, Corbins. It's been a good. Was probably a bit silly to instantly after a show match go tell someone else to check out the game. But I should nudge him about that. It's just like I don't think he'd done it with malice. He was just excited because he found a broken strat. Oof. I don't know about this strat though. It's not looking as broken for the Macedonians this time around. Nah, it's looking good for Myriad. I love that we're seeing Muscovy Yasak getting more usage. Most players have been getting Relic Uvus to get Infinite Stone, but the +2 ranged armor for every heavily armored unit you build is powerful here. It's a tempo, it's a timing push, and you're seeing the value of it. I'd actually love to just see him adding in a few Karash now for +1 armor. That would get him up to 9 ranged armor, guaranteeing the Bogmafur never do anything. Akimafa switch coming in. Corvinus trying to contest the Keshiks with the counter unit type. Archers are getting swept up though. Myriad, it's an overextension. I think this is like the natural thing that happens when you get introduced to new civs. Like you're trying to figure things out, the power spikes, the leverage you have, and it leads to this kind of tug-of-war push where you're eventually going to overextend into defender's advantage. So instead of just resetting a bit early and having a clear edge, I think what Myriad was trying to do at least is keep pushing in to see what was next. So he knew what to build himself, and in fairness, he did get key info there. He saw the Radari switch, so we have got crossbows now on the way for Myriad. How's the Vil count so close? Because Myriad plays a civ that builds villages quicker. Slightly quicker. It's like half the value of feudal French TC. Because you build 2 villages every 37 seconds instead of 1 every 20. That's why he's padded himself a little there. And how we got no relics picked up as well, I just realized. I think maybe Corv, did he forget about it? Oh my god, he's got 2,000 gold. He definitely forgot about it. Guys, you want to be going for relics here as Macedonians with Grand Winery. Because if you deposit relics in your Grand Winery, similar to the Byzantines, you get your 5th resource. Not olive oil, but silver. And he wants all the silver he can get because when he's diversifying into Radari like this, it means even more techs you need to buy. Who's winning this? Macedonians have a pretty strong time ahead of them until Myriad's up to about 20 crossbows. But in fairness, he should get there quite quick. Anytime you see 1 in queue for Golden Horde with these unit types, it's actually 2. So he's got 4 more crossbowmen already queued up. Because remember, Golden Horde produces in batches. The challenge here really is he wants to try and find a way towards his crossbow batch production. That's easier said than done, especially when Vikings are tossing axes at you. Unless you don't remember, the Radari of the Macedonians do have a hybridized attack temporarily. Yeah, they become horseback axe throwers, which is as strong as it sounds, actually. The melee of Radari in full melee range is going to be better, but the melee range is pretty good too. So 27 on a sword strike or 15 on a throwing axe. Now, fun thing about the stats on this, by default, a Radari attacks quicker than a normal knight. A Radari also does more damage than a normal knight. And a Radari has more health than a normal knight. And moves quicker than a normal knight. And you pay the same price. The only downside is they don't have a charge. That's literally it. They're kind of wacky, actually. Guys, I think Radari is probably going to get nerfed before the end of the year. They quite easily could be the best heavy cav in the game. Big clash coming in. The Radari might be good, but the problem is there's not enough of him. A Myriad with the crossbowman able to counter out here. So Corvinus, in panic mode, charges up a quadrillion Attica Maffa, trying to get the spearman out. Great fight. Yeah, I think the difference maker was, once again, the Muscovy Yasak. What Mira done well there is just kind of playing the edge of the fight, not exposing his crossbowman too much. And that meant that the Bog Maffa was stuck, bogged down, attacking the Keshiks, which you just don't want to do. And it's 8 ranged armor. Other problem here is, like, we didn't have the extra techs in. Yeah, Corvinus was missing this one. This is key. Rumfire coming through now is going to be +3 damage per strike. Price-wise better than Cataphracts? Absolutely. Cataphracts 330 and a Radari is 240. So, like, a Cataphract should be a Radari for sure, but, like, in terms of, like, the investment cost, very different. Oh, wait, competitive spelled wrong on my labels? Oops. Thank you, I'll fix that. But it worked. It got you to respond. Okay, so a little bit of a calming here. The problem with Corvinus now is, like, Radari is strong, but just like a French knight, your problem is if you start scaling it and your opponent's already deep in crossbows, you're going to have a bad time. So that's something he now has to kind of balance out and figure out. It's like, okay, how do I deal with the crossbow mass? What's the cleanest way? Oh, that is a cool way. He's going to keep going archers. He just queued up Runist Blinding. This is a unique tech that affects the archers of the Macedonians. It allows you to decrease the damage that the unit you're targeting does by 20%. So yeah, with, I mean, Great Micro, you could technically just spread out the archers to attack all the crossbowmen. But even if they attack the front line, it just means that the Keshiks will struggle. Because damage reduction is most impactful against full base damage units. Yeah, he's going to be taking off almost 4 damage from the Keshiks. And there's the effect. -4. Chases in. Batukan already gone, so no buffer for the Golden Horde here. Corvinus, clean advantage in numbers. Oh, I think he's done it with the Runist Blinding. It's surprisingly effective at keeping Myriad away from a direct full A-click. Still, he's going to try. And Myriad, he's got 2 relics home. Corvinus finally remembered. Yeah, he started to go for relics. Relics plus Sacred Sight. So he's getting extra silver now, which is important because, remember, there is 36 techs related to your military bio units alone. There's a lot to do in the Varangian arsenals. Yeah, and in particular with his comp, there's still a lot of value to be found around the Spearman. He's still got 2 levels, 2 tiers he can get for them, 2 tiers he could get for his archers on defense, as well as the cavalry. I wonder if Myriad's going to try and play for Glorious Charge here. He's not too far from the stone. Glorious Charge is the one that gives you 50% more movement speed, as well as a damage reduction aura temporarily. Yeah, so you'll research this ability here in your outpost. You'll click an ability on it. It will reveal the area around your outpost to your opponent for a few seconds, and then the charge begins for 30 seconds. And yes, if you want to get passive silver, place a Varangian arsenal next to a mining camp, and then this number here, this big number of silver harvested, because it counts up as you drop off at the mining camp, the Varangian arsenal will give you 12% of that number per minute. So they do get infinite silver. And I know people want to say that's broken, but reminder, you get infinite food, so chill. No, the thing is, they need infinite silver because the cost of the silver techs gets ridiculous. Like, for example, he's paying 1,000 silver for tier 3 for his melee infantry. Now it'll be 2,000 for tier 4. And there's still 2 tiers after that will increase in cost. It gets insanely expensive. Yeah, without this ability to generate extra passive silver, I just don't think this system functions. We do have extra outposts coming in. So Myriad, has he switched? No. Wait, he's on defensive aura, which gives extra health. This is a perfect time for Myriad to save for the other edicts, but he's not doing it. So there's an edict here. It does cost a lot of stone, 800 stone in fact. Stockyard edict allows you to generate gold from gathering on your stockyards. It is literally enclosures tech for the Golden Horde. Yeah, because every single one of these stockyards would generate 40 gold a minute, which matches up to the fact that an English farm generates 10 gold per minute. Blimey, that's a rare sight. I think this actually might be the first time that I've actually seen a Macedonian player build a castle. Actually, maybe we've seen one before. They're very rare, it feels like. Because normally a Macedonian player is just playing fully aggressive. They're not really that interested in hunkering down. And oh my god, he isn't hunkering down. The Hero Siphons. 6 Hero Siphons now on the way in. That is a statement. Good god. Stone Army's just got queued by Myriad. He needs 2 minutes plus to get this age up safely. And I don't think he's going to get it. Burn comes through. That's outpost down. Myriad trying to get more up. Because remember, he went for the aura. He's getting 10% more HP near towers. That's only true if they are alive. I think Corvinus knows. He's like, why is he not fighting me? At this stage, surely he should be committing. And now the burn. Got to be careful. Remember, it's going to skin you. It's going to trim you. The burn can cut you down. Archer's hugging the south side of the vein, far away from the Keshiks. Crossbowmen getting pushed back. The Spearmen are taking the lead. And we do have Berserk mode activated, so it's full gung-ho mode, but no runestones, mind you. No, they're not being placed down here. He's used them on the south side. North side needs a rebuff. But it's working either way. Myriad. I don't think he's going to get Imperial Age. This Civ just has a humongous issue with teching. It is so rare to see a Golden Horde player play for Imperial and it not look like they just killed themselves. It's just a full stopper on his economy, really. And 2 TC as well. Like, there's a lot of question marks about this. However, Core did just slow down again for good reason. Dude, Myriad has been trying to tech up for over 2 minutes. And now, Corvinus is going to tech up quicker. You just can't make this up. How does this not just feel like a worse Abbasids when it comes to teching? I actually think Golden Horde is the worst teching Civ in the game. I don't think there's a worse one. Korv, what a great time for Polutsevath. This tech gives him silver for burning landmarks and TCs. Can you guess why he just researched that, guys? And what? We're probably going to get Cataphracts coming through now. Polutsevath. It's 5 seconds out. How much silver does he get? I haven't actually tested the exact number you get here, but I think he's about to show us. Burn it down. Burn it down. Ready? Watch the silver. What? No way! That is not reasonable! He gets 20 silver for every single unit! Oh my dear god. Was that like 2,000 extra silver? Oh my god, clip it, ship it, make a Reddit thread about it. What the hell was that? Oh my god. I'm trying to think what I even call that one. Unbelievable. If you can kill a landmark to get that bounty, it's GG anyway. No. It works on TCs. So if you play against like an Abbasid player, you do that. If you're up against Abbasids and they've got a second TC, you just go burn it for that. That is, I'm just making a note of that. someone go read at that crap. Oh my dear god, that is that is wild. 20 silver per unit for just being there. It just needs to be close to it when it dies. And he had, I feel like he had 60, 70 units there. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's disgusting. That is so disgusting. It went from 3.8 to 5.4. So he almost stacked an extra 2,000 silver from burning a 2.5k HP building. Tech cost silver. Polutzvarf, I believe, is silver, but it's not much silver. I think it might be 500 silver, if I'm not mistaken. So let me just double check, because it's in your walkout. Yeah, we're right. 500 silver. So we're right here, guys. Like, most people forget this because it's in the war camp. It's just a very weird place for it to be. You get it in Castle Age. So once you're in Castle Age, you can start using this. It is pretty good. So it's each Varangian unit, so that means any of these Viking units. Like, any of these units being nearby will get 20 silver each. Holy crap. And yeah, you're like, KT's an interesting one because it should work on their castles. That's crazy. So like Knights Templar, the Abbasids, like these civs are just a farm zone for silver. Free-for-alls are going to be nuts. Free-for-alls are going to be broken with Macedonians, I think. Because the speed at which you're going to get your techs, like that's meant to be part of the balance, is like you can't get them too quickly, right? With that? That's crazy. Corvinus, like, by the way, like, golf clappers to Corvinus for A, like, having viewable games, and B, just discovering so much busted crap. I love it. I freaking love it. Oh, that's incredible. Holy shit. All right. Let's see who else's games we can have a look in on. Isn't silver useless compared to oil? Nope. Because if you have a look, this civ can use silver for unit production in Imperial Age. So the techs are really useful, but once you get here, you either go Foreign Engineering Company and then produce Nesta Bees, Sweepy Powers, and Royal Cannons with silver, or you go Palatine School and produce Cataphracts for silver. And what's up, Quincy Perry? Thank you for becoming a member, mate, and welcome to the fam. So yeah, like, silver has a use. It has multiple uses. Before Imperial, you can't build units. But once you're in Imperial, it's for units as well. But in Age 3... Dude, in Age 3, are you kidding me? In Age 3, getting that much silver, when like, the balance point of your blacksmith techs is they're too expensive. Because remember what you said, Tier 4, which is the final tier you can get in Castle Age, you'd have to go Imperial to get Tier 5 and 6. Tier 4 is 2,000 silver. So part of the balance logic is meant to be, you might be able to cap one of these out, but like if you're going to be maxing out the armor on your cavalry, you can't afford to max out the armor on your melee. So that's like a crazy power spike. Does the engineer company give another buff? No. So you don't get unique techs. Feels like a tough tech to actually utilize. Agreed. But at the same time, my counter argument there is like you only need, what was it, 30 seconds? Because you click on the war camp, it's 30 seconds to research. So like, as long as you actually like have some foresight or conscious thought of like what you're trying to do, and you see that you're pushing a winning fight, and you see your opponent's gone 2 DC, for example, you now just go back. You just got to remind yourself to do it because it's worth it. Like if you're at big armies, like late game armies like that, you're like, yep, I'm at 200 pop. This is great value. He can't fight me on that TC. He needs to retreat. So like, let's say you have someone building a wide TC out on like the Deer and Boar pack. That's a great power play. If you are not able to deny it in the early game, but have to later on, that's like dead, right? That's like huge boon. That's like you're paying 500 silver to get potentially like you can easily make that back. So like, so the mass of it is to get the cost of investment back. You need 25 Varangian units nearby, which isn't that difficult in the mid game. So if you have 25 Varangian units nearby, you'll break even from killing a TC. If you have more, you're making money. Is the Macedonian Palatine school different from the Biz one? Yes, because the Palatine school for the Byzantines, which you can see here, it basically roulettes. So it gives you a chance to produce units, unique units for free. So it gives you a chance to get Limitane, Varangian, Cataphract, or Kira Siphons at a rate of 30%. So every time you produce one of these units, there's a 30% chance you'll get a second one of that type. It's RNG through and through. And like actually, like if the RNG is really broken, the landmark is actually quite broken. Because you remember the Cataphracts are really expensive for Byzantines. If you luck out and you roll a trigger 10 times in a row, then this landmark basically pays for itself. Because by the time you've generated 10 Cataphracts, you would have generated 3,300 resources of units. So once you've actually generated 12 Cataphracts, you're in the money. So like the crazy part is, by the way, it's 30% every single time you produce one of these unit types. So you could be really unlucky and get no Cataphract after 5 productions, or you could be insanely lucky and get 20 Cataphracts after 20 productions. Statistically, the likelihood of that is meant to be really low, but it's still possible. That's why I always marked it in my like book of statements of like, there will be a time, maybe not now, maybe in a few years, where a player will win a tournament series because of that RNG. It might only ever happen once, but that once will be ludicrous. All right, so let's see who else we got we can look in on. Palatine School is a dumb design, just not as dumb as Cognate. Yeah, like my feedback on Palatine is that it should guarantee you that every time, so like once you produce a 4th unit, you get one of them for free at the Palatine. So that's like technically a slight nerf. That'd be a 25% rate, but like it's still more balanced that way. Or you just change it to basically mimic Warcamp now, so that you basically select a unit type there, and then every time you build X amount of resources worth of unique Byzantine units, you'll produce that unit type for free. That would actually be a lot better. But like the only problem with that one is like that one's very exploitable because you would just spam Limitane to get Cataphracts, which is giga broken. Because Limitane are almost entirely food, which is infinite. So you just basically you'd be alchemying food and a tiny bit of wood into gold. Mind you, the Cognate RNG, dude, don't... The Cognate RNG is kind of comical, though, by comparison. I think we can agree. Like, watching the way that plays out is hilariously ridiculous. All right, we've got a creators game. Let's go with... Where is it? There we go. Japan versus Mongols. Nippon. Time for Nippon. Who wants some Nippon? Not new Nippon, old Nippon. Take 2 into the broken map from the new expansion. We are back on Kratos, this time once again joined by the Mongols, but on the other side, Wham has opted for Japan. Let's find out what other civs can use this gold and stone generating resource ridiculously well. Yeah, welcome back, folks. Good choice as well from Japan here. there's an interesting idea around maxing out daimios to be had, and I think that's exactly what Wham's aiming for. So for those that haven't seen our other video on this, we covered it live on stream. It's a bit busted. Mongols in this mode are not balanced. On this map, Craters, which recently got added, this is going to be the meta for team games. Mongols has always been a powerful play in team games, but it will take a whole new level on this map. Because Mongols have a balanced design around stone. They can only slowly gain stone because of the way they use it to produce extra units. But on this map, there are meteorites. And meteorites allow you to get resources at equal rates of gold and stone. And the Mongols can mine it. That means he will generate gold and stone at an equal rate. It's already an insanely valuable option on this map because it's basically double gathering rate. And you're already seeing Wham move out for it. Forge gets dropped in the crater. Yeah, and I don't think Magic has scouted his yet. No. Okay, so yeah, he punted on the north side. This means he now knows exactly where it is. He has got the racks down, so he could start generating Dispearment. Because remember, Wham has done something pretty gambly here. He went out onto his meteorite, but that means he's now completely out of his base. Japan don't get their bonus from mining it. Honestly, you don't need it. Like, would it be nice to get 20% stone when gathering gold? Sure. But you know what's better than 20% stone when gathering gold? 100%. Yeah, the maths kind of makes that sound better. What advantage does Japan have that Sengoku does not? The daimios are a different kind of mechanic. So I'd say like Japan can get away with greedy builds against Dark Age civs a bit more effectively. Because Sengoku has to play out more into the map. There's also certain mechanics such as like the samurai and the Adachi deflective armor. You know, there's definitely things that Japan has. Even the mounted samurai, like remember, mounted samurai for Sengoku don't have deflective armor. You do get that with Japan. I don't think that Japan has to be that threatened by Sengoku. I think they fulfill different roles. Like, in my eyes, I think Japan is better at being an aggressive civ, whereas Sengoku is more of a macro civ. They're powerful once that macro is online, but I think the way we're probably going to see things play out, with the way that Sengoku's been designed, there is an element of why didn't you stop him greeding? Whereas Japan, when they want to greed, it's like, okay, I'm just going to build an outpost on the gold, and it's like, what up? What happened with all the points of interest? I think some people maybe add negativity towards it. When in reality, like, it needed to just be coined in a more positive feedback way. Like, this is why I have always thumped our chest repetitively on this. Like, it's okay to disagree with things, but if your disagreement is just saying something sucks, then you're kind of the asshole in the room. The way that you disagree with things and get a positive change is provide feedback of what you do or don't like about things. Like, usually when someone's like, I dislike everything about it, it's like, okay, oh boy, we've got one of these. In that situation, like, you're probably just not the target market. And that's kind of okay. But there's a lot of people who probably have positive and negative receptions of points of interest. The reality of points of interest is, like, their design route was way too Dark Age oriented, and that's the problem. And you might see a similar issue with the Meteorite here. Like, you're seeing a lot of Dark Age aggro from both players because they both know the other player is on the Meteorite, so they have to. Wow. He's gone for quite a lot of samurai, actually. It's an intriguing strategy here because it puts to good use the gold he's gathering. And he's going for the daimyo. Guys, this is really important. The daimyo is going to give you a percentage damage buff, but what's even more intriguing is the katana samurai. The bannerman wasn't balanced around Dark Age. We've had this happen on Enlightened Horizon. The bannerman has feudal age stats in the Dark Age. Oh, no. Watch this. So, for reference, a samurai in the Dark Age, 100 HP, 8 damage, 2 melee, 3 ranged armor, and 1.12 movement speed. And the reward for best unit goes to the 155 HP, 3 armor, 1.38 movement speed unit. Oh, man. Wham is cooking. What a play. And he's even using the farmhouses to go for the efficient fishing. And remember, that Bannerman's still going to provide a damage buff here. A reasonable one, actually. It's going to be an extra 0.8 damage on each samurai. Magic. He's going to keep tapping over on the side here. Remember, he can keep double producing, but he's not interested in that. No. So this is a Keshik switch strategy, I think. Because otherwise, why wouldn't you just keep producing spears? I don't think you really want to against this many samurai. Whereas Keshik should be able to delete them. Oh, no. Magic's going to do it. Wait, but it's not... Is that a misclick? Guys, he's got 400 stone. That feels like a misclick. Remember, with this type of income, he can afford to almost infinitely produce double production spears. Samurai just going to keep on burning. Wham has now got that Katana Bannerman there, so that's why Magic won't want to fight. But he is about to get Feudal Age. That's going to give him an upgrade on his Spearman. Puts him up to 8 damage. Makes him a bit competitive. We also do have the Khan being annoying little bugger on the flanks now. Wham is still going for additional Dark Age Samurai. Can you Uber the Meteorite? No, but I think that's really what Mongols should be able to do. Because Mongols seems like they're probably going to be the best Civ for meteorites in the game. Because remember, the balanced design around Mongols and actually Golden Horde is, hey, you know, this Civ, they can get some stone. Not too much stone, though, at this stage in the game. But if you rush a meteorite, you can go up to 300, 400, 500 stone. At a point in the game where normally you'd have maybe 200 stone, gentlemen. Bam. Now diving in. A bit ambitious, actually. Katana Bannerman gets sniped first. We'll get a worker kill, forcing a lot of out of time. Wait, is he straight up just still doing... What? Okay, Keshik's on the way. Am I really watching a Dark Age Samurai dive? What is this? Guys, this is so depressing. He's against Deerstone. You can't touch the village. You shouldn't be able to. They move at 1.49 movement speed. And not just that. Wham! He lost his meteorite. Yeah, but... why does he almost have tier 2 daimyo? Nani? That's a lot of stone for 8 minutes in a game. That's an insane amount of stone for 8 minutes in a game. Villagers going back to work. The samurai have still not been upgraded because you need to go age 2 for that. And Wham, well, he's been watching Tom Cruise movies on repeat, and I believe last week was how many runs of The Last Samurai can you do before you don't break down in tears at the ending. He got to about 15 runs of the movie, and I think at that point he still wanted to cry. It's just there was nothing left in the tear ducts. What the... He's like, why would I go feudal age? This is the age of the samurai. Da, 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 da. Okay, so I guess we're heading over to the meter right now. How is this still going? I guess you tech up now. I mean, 15 feudal samurai maybe? Magic has no food. Like, this is actually weirdly effective now. Because he never snuck out onto any pocketed resources. So, like, yeah, the Keshiks are meant to counter this, but you need Keshiks to actually counter it. We have got a marketplace coming down, so it looks like he's going to try to actually buy into some food. Double outpost is going to be rushed up because he's got plenty of wood to work with. Magic. This is just so scrambled. Oh my god, I would pay to hear the voice of Magic in response to this. He seems like a chill, wonderful guy, but I wouldn't be surprised if we would just have to bleep him out. And yeah, this is the other funny thing about you trusting Keshiks as your solution. Well, okay, you have Keshiks, but I can build the Spearman in Dark Age. And not just that, we just got Daimyo level 2. At 10 minutes in the Dark Age. That also now means you can't just snipe the Katana Bannerman and walk away. And I'm also curious as to if they fix the Bannerman buff, or if you can get double buff still, with one being unalived and the other still standing. There's no way we're going to get level 3. Okay, thank God. He's aging up now. Coco's on the way. I was about to say, if we got tier 3 Dark Age TC, we've got problems. A little bit sad that you got level 2 Daimyo and you're not getting farms, though. I mean, he's building them anyway, but, you know, not getting them for free. Coco's interesting, though. I mean, is he just going to mash Shinobi? Presumably. Guys, he's... Oh my god, he's going to get tier 3 in just over a minute. We're going to get like a 12 or 13 minute time. I think it's 13 minutes on Shogunate we're getting here, which... Has that ever happened? I think it's happened, but the person hasn't won the game. I don't even know where to begin with this map. I mean, I feel like this is broken and it's going to have to get nerfed, but also at the same time, you know when you just can't look away? Like, this is ridiculous, but like, I just can't stop watching. And like, my initial instinct is I think for team games, Mongols is too good on this map. But maybe enough civs are ridiculous on this map that it's fine. I think Meteorite might need to be rebalanced to be like 50% stone when you gather gold. Because 100% stone when you gather gold is a bit too much. Like, actually, Sangoku Daimo is going to be broken on this map because they can build a marketplace in the Dark Age. Which means they can just sell their stone to buy gold and then buy food with their gold. I think Sangoku Daimo might be busted on this as well. Oh, wall up. Whoopsie. Wham. Oh no, he's going to dive my base. These Keshiks, they're perfect for raiding the farms I just set up. I don't know what I'm going to do to protect my people. If only my quirk level was over 1,000, I would be strong enough to protect my people against the Mongol hordes. Over 9,000. Yeah, we've got the Shogunate. 13-minute Shogunate Castle. Oh my god. With 21 samurai, he's also, at this rate, just going to hit Castle Age. And remember, Shinobi also do receive buffs from the Katana Bannerman. Isn't that nifty for a 20 base damage? Oh, well. Oh, look at that. We've still got too much stone. I guess we'll start building another Shogunate castle. Don't worry, guys. He's still got 1,200 gold to go. Oh my god. Like, so I don't foresee this reaching competitive anytime soon. But in a weird way, I don't want the devs to be deterred from this. I actually would rather they keep punting broken crap in and seeing how it lies and then tweaking it. It's so much funner that way. Like, let's stop trying to be the perfectionist of like a tidbit of this. We don't want it to be broken, folks. Nah, just introduce ridiculous crap. Don't make it the core, like don't make it ranked or everything. But let us bathe in it, you know. Let us adapt to it. Let us get used to it, and then dial it down. Because it is, in a very silly way, refreshing seeing a 13-minute Shogunate castle. I don't know what magic does now. This is just freaking ridiculous. Wait, wham. Hey, wham. Hey, optimization, sir. You've got 800 stone. Would you like to buy a daimyo mana? How about this? I'll give you 2 daimyo manas. We might even be able to squeeze 3 at this rate. Oh, God. If he upgrades 2 Shogunate castles before 20 minutes, I don't think we get that deep. He's diving the TC again. 6 Shinobi. He's also got an Unibugeisha switch coming in. I don't get it. How are the Mongols... Wait, Magic! What the fuck? Magic, I don't see the problem. Just build a Shogunate castle. He has 1,800 stone. What a noob. Just sell it at the market. Oh, no. He's got Evu down here. He just doesn't have the food to double produce Keshiks quick enough. Like, this is the thing. Like, this is a broken strat if you have the food and gold. He doesn't have it. All right, Daimyo level 1. Daimyo level 2, wow. Please. Just, we still have 200 left. Just rush some stone at that stage. I need the double Shogunate build at 18 minutes, please. The crazy part is that he's doing this with the stone while still having a much, much bigger and more impressive army. This is nuts. So Unibugeisha in the mix. Like, it's just full mainly done. This is just giving me flashbacks to the cheesy Men-at-Arms rushes of 2021. You guys getting that feeling too? Some of you getting PTSD at it, maybe? Alright, come on. Just go gather some stone. We're almost there. Meteorite's about to go poop. I don't think we're getting it, guys. Apparently, we will be denied double Shogunate Castle before 20 minutes. Because Magic is dead. He still has 1,400 stone. He's more stoned at this stage than Snoop Dogg's been in his collective life. This is ridiculous. It just, oh, you got denied on it again. No double production. Craters. I've got to give it to him. Of all the new maps that they added this year, it's definitely different. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, you guys, you gotta laugh. Because, like, if you don't laugh, it's just kind of sad. Oh. Making maps for 2 to 3 civs. Yeah, but in theory, like when we think about it longer, it might not be just 2 to 3 civs. So Mongols, Japan, Golden Horde. Who else uses stone? Knights Templar, Abbasids. Anyone else that comes to mind? Good for stone usage. Byzantines. Ottomans don't need much, so I wouldn't say Ottomans. Lancaster, nah, that build's not very good. I think there's like multiple civs that could use that well. And also remember what he said about Sangoku. Sangoku is actually really good because Sangoku is the only civ in the game that gets a marketplace in the Dark Age. So what you do is you just rush under the gold and then you sell the stone and then buy food, which will give you a ridiculously fast tech up timing. Get gold plus stone when you mine meteorites? Yes. At an equal rate. So you're essentially getting double gathering. It's pretty good. It's, you know, like, you need the Italian chef. Like, mwah, mamma mia, it's the good pizza. It's the spicy pepperoni, you know? With a little bit of gorgonzola in there. Freaking hell. Alright. Let's see if we got some other games we can cast. Not a content creator with perks? Alright, hey, I have to earn those perks, alright? You know, like, you know how you get those perks? Start content creating tomorrow. Boom. Sass is privated. Has Avali been on? If he is, he's privated. B doesn't have access. Marine Lord isn't playing. I don't think Dragavan has access either. Nope. I wonder what else they done. Did Warman get any opponents in it? Ah, no, she didn't. Sag. Yeah, like, Warman was trying to get me to play some games because she was like, I'm alone. The rest are like sweaty conks. I'm like, what do you want from me? You're like edging Diamond to conk and I don't freaking ever play. Like, you don't want to be their doormat? I'm probably just going to be your doormat. Come on. Let's have a look at Myriad versus Crackety. Those could be fun games, though. I'm not entirely convinced. Because, like I said, like, I just don't... Like, I've been playing Crucible, but 1v1s is, like, a different mentality on, like, how you even open the game. I just wouldn't be switched on for it. Like, you say it'd be fun stuff to watch, but, like, compared to watching these 1v1s, like, it's not even close on what people would watch. Alright, let's go. They got him. The man who molds most about the elephants has become the elephant. Welcome back to the preview, folks. We've got Crackety playing as the Tughlaq Dynasty, the new elephant boy on the block in this casted game, going up against Myriad on the Sangoku Daimo. Ah, good to see some more Sengoku. I feel like we've been getting a lot of the Elephant Nation, whereas a lot of people maybe just tried Sengoku, like, I know exactly what I want to do, and they didn't really give it much more thought, but really powerful Civ, actually. I think Sengoku benefits when they're allowed to be greedy. Yeah, and like that's an interesting thought here, is actually in this matchup, Tughlaq don't often play aggressive. So that means that Myriad can build into these yatai that move around the map and gather food passively. Yeah, and he's already queuing them up. Think of these things like mobile hunting cabins. Like, your temptation is to say meditation gardens, but it almost feels like the role it plays in your economy is more comparative to a hunting cabin. Yeah, it's going to move out. Yatai, by default, these always give 20 food. So even if you can't get any additional food, they'll pay themselves off in just over 6 minutes. But that's a terrible deal. We want to go for maximum value. So he's moving out for the boar. The boar will cap him out at 60 food, which is the maximum a Yatai can get. And remember, guys, most maps have 2 boars. And here's another fun fact for you. When you play Sangoku Daimyo, you already know where the deer and the boar stacks are. Forward and gold gathering on the way. And he did go straight into berries. Did he do the broken opening? No. Crackety is an honorable elephant enjoyer. He has only built the worker elephants necessary for resource gathering. All right, can we get some 07s in chat of respect for Crackety? Out of all the people to play Tughlaq, he's the only one so far to not build extra worker elephants to scout. It might be because he didn't realize at the time. I'm not sure. Because this game, I think they played this like 2 days ago. Either way, we respect you, Crackety. So Yatai... Wait, why is the Yatai chilling here, Myriad? Oh, okay, he's already got that one over here for boar. So remember, the boar is hiding here on the trees. Whoops. We may have misclicked slightly. Yeah, it's not worth trying to get too far away from the boar, because remember, boars, deers, they all like to move. And stone gathering. Ah! So we're getting greed mirrored by greed. So this is going to be, what, 2 TC? Crackety and Elephant Enjoy doesn't make sense, right? Guy's the most moldy person about Delhi and then becomes what he hates. What is this world? I reckon what happened is Crackety watched them lose a few times like, huh, maybe this is like a Delhi I can get behind. Followed up quickly by, huh? What is 07? What does it look like if I tell you it's a stick man? Tower of Victory now coming through. So we are going to get some potential aggression here. Interesting that he does Tower of Victory alongside more of a greed move. And wait, video call? Okay. So I haven't been crazy about the ryokan here. So you have two options in H2 for landmarks. You can either go for the Koka Township or the ryokan. The Koka Township feels pretty incredible, especially against greedy civs like this, because you can essentially scout their back stealth forest and then spawn your shinobi there and jump them. But ryokan provides you a healing buff when you're not in combat. It's free health every 5 seconds, which is not a lot, and it requires you to not be tagged as in combat to get. But I think maybe the idea for Myriad is a semi-fast castle with knights. That's probably going to be the best use ryokan has, because then it does function like French knights with chivalry. Okay, so second TC would be ready, but his wood isn't. So are we going fort first? So remember, you can build castles as Tughlaq in H2. Tughlaq a bad fort is 425 stone per. And it is indeed going to be... Oh, this is Bakar. He's going to be buffing food. So remember, with the forts of the Tughlaq Dynasty, you are able to governor out of each of them. You can place one of 6 governors. And there's one called Bakar that will generate food for each nearby house or farm at a rate of 12 per entity. Think of it as a food pit mine. Yeah, and with the houses already in position, it makes a lot of sense for this. He's also still gathering additional stone. And with the wood gathering as it is, it looks like this is 2TC. First Yutai still out of range of the ball. It is indeed. This is getting a little bit sad. This is what I mean. When you try to get too optimal with your ties, it's very easy to just forget about them and not realize. Yeah, so overall, though, your ties are generating pretty well. He's getting between them 130 food a minute. So remember, he spent 375 wood on this play, so it's going to pay off in about 3-ish minutes from when it started. Another Yutai coming out, so he's going to split it between the berries and the deer. And it is the 8-stacker, so not bad. Problem is, your berries, you need to move them. You need to move this one away. So this is where the Yutai gets kind of annoyingly finicky, because the deer stack is going to be generating him 28 food. So he's up at 48. So he only needs 6 berries to then cap out, which means 2 of these shouldn't be touched by him, but they've already been overridden. So the Yutai, whichever one's there first, will be the one treated as the Imperator. So yeah, there you go. See what happened? Now he breaks away. Now the Yutai's like, good, I get food. It's a little bit clunky, but just something to keep in mind. Yari Cavalry. Okay, this is interesting. Yari Cavalry versus Raider Elephants. Yari should do reasonably well here, because they get bonus damage against Cavalry. The Scout, not so much. Oops. Against Sangoku, you open Dark Age racks? Yes. And this is my point about Sangoku, is for all the talk about them being busted, I think they, of all the new civs, are probably quite easily, without doubt, the most vulnerable to Dark Age aggro. The second most vulnerable, would anyone in chat like to take a guess? You've got a 33% chance to be right. So the second most vulnerable of all the new civs to Dark Age rushes is actually the Golden Horde. Because the Golden Horde spawn with the Uvu at a range of a TC and the Gold at a range of a standard TC. At least if you're playing on maps like Dry Arabia. And that sounds wrong, doesn't it? That the Golden Horde, the Mongol variant, is the most vulnerable to Dark Age rushes. Oh, great intercept. So remember, the Yutai Food Trader, this is the whole point of the Yutais. It gives you a bit of food upon arrival, but it buffs the marketplace with a permanent aura. He's trying to intercept it, and he's going to get the denial. Great micro. Crackety takes it out. He's going to run over to the villages for some bonuses. He will lose the elephant, but actually not a bad idea here. So he just denied a 5% buff on, let's say, 25 workers. And each worker is going to gather, let's say, base rate 40, so 4 extra per 10, so 2%. With 20 workers, that means that he's going to be missing out on, because he missed out on 5%, he's going to be missing out on, what would we say, 2 times 20, so 40 resources per minute across those workers. And it cost him 1 Raider Elephant, and the next Yutai probably won't come out for like another 3 minutes, 4 minutes. That wasn't a bad trade. He also did deny 50 food that would have dropped off to start with. As a reminder, if that guy comes in, he gives you 50 food, and then this aura gets buffed by 5%. So, decent play. And it was 2TC in the end, by the way, so he has gone for a different approach. We thought it was going to be Bakar. He actually went for Governor of Jalor, which increases the health of your elephants. A little bit surprised by that, actually. We're already getting the farm set up. This man's been playing too much Shushi with that setup. Wait, what? What? Just fill in the gap. Trust me, Crackety. It feels wrong. It feels so wrong, but just build the farms there as well. Trust me. I think Chinese and Shushi mains will probably be most comfortable with Tughlaq, just because they're used to building multiple waves of farms. Same with HRE, actually. Okay, so Myriad, he did age up, and he did go for Sake Brewery. Yes! We haven't been seeing a lot of this the last few days. Most people have been going for the Monk Rush. Remember, this gives you some Tokokoji mats that allows you to gather gold infinitely. So now 5 villages can provide you gold forever. And looks like we do have a play into infantry here. Yeah, the Yari Cavalry is a bait and switch. He's gone for the Hojo clan. So remember, there's the state system with the Sangoku, and it gives you access to unique techs and scales nicely. So he has gone into the Hojo clan Dynasty, which is going to give him access to this tech here that buffs spearmen by increasing their movement speed and their damage versus workers. This is actually a pretty cool strategy against 2TC, because you get 5 more damage against workers. And thank you, Corvinus. 532 gold per minute with 5 villages with highest Matsuri. There you go. It's pretty good. So yeah, if you get to the 30% buff, that's what it'll generate. He's at 10% right now. But it's still a lot of gold. And it will be used well. Looks like he's going into Kanabo Samurai as well as the Samurai. So full Sami Samurai coming to Sami Sender. He does need to get the veterancy for those Foot Samurai, though. I don't mind this idea of Kanabo Samurai. They're really good against elephants in general, because the Kanabo Samurai is the new addition to the Japanese infantry arsenal, and it provides a percentile damage. That's right, you do 6% of your opponent's max HP as bonus damage, meaning against elephants, it's pretty damn strong. Against gilded units, it's pretty strong. Yeah, anything that is high base HP, or the other way to look at it is anything that has high armor, Kanabo Samurai are going to be very good against. Another cool thing with the Sake Brewery, he's going to deliver back every 350 gold a buff that will increase the health of all your villagers by 20. And yes, it does scale with textiles, meaning you can get to 105 HP on your villages. Myriad. We have got the Daimyo. Seriously, the Daimyos are kind of nuts here. With melee comp, it's actually crazy. With range, you don't get much benefit from the attack speed buff. But right now, he's getting a 15% attack speed buff aura for all these units. And melee uses it best. Dive into the base. Out of time being achieved. Because remember, Crackety, he was getting ready for an age up. And it is going to be a burn down. And a bail. Yet Crackety, because he wants the age up, he can't contest this. House of Learning now coming in, but he might be about to learn the hard way that it's not that simple. He turned this into a macro game. He unlocked the door for the Sangoku Daimyo, and they walked happily in. Yeah, the Yatais, now the Sake Brewery, so many good buffs on economy coming in for the Sangoku. TC's going to go down. So a 13 worker lead is as good as it's going to get for now for Crackety. He has gone for Governor of Bakar in the end, by the way. So now he's generating 144 food per minute. He can buff this, by the way. Yeah, he can get an extra 8 per farm. So it stacks pretty nicely. At this stage, having 12 farms, so he'll be able to get an extra 96 food if he tiers it up. Bakar, I'm telling you guys, Bakar is surprisingly strong. Tech out complete means you must be punished. Myriad now marching in, has got the ranged armor 2 on the way. And these boys just got tanky. The Kanabo Samurai with 241 HP, courtesy of being vetted and also having the health buff from these states. A wall on the north side. He's going to scare away the Raider Elephants for a moment. Man, I tell you, Kanabo Samurai just feel insanely tanky. 241 HP. I just want you guys to stop for a moment and realize that these guys, by default, in Castle Age, have the same health as a Castle Age Knight. Their effective HP is lower because they don't have as good of a melee armor or ranged armor. But still, that's a lot of raw HP. Meaning the ultimate counter to Kanabo Samurai is more Kanabo Samurai. There you go, you figured it out. Another Wallow. That's actually a really smart place for Mira to stand for that. And we have got a Kanabo Samurai moving up, so that's going to contest the Elephant's well. Look at the damage done per strike. So it's at 42, 22. So he's losing 20 health per clunk. The Ikoiki is going to get sniped down. Remember, this is the Monk. They do fight back, and they also provide a healing aura when fighting. Yeah, you kill a 150 resource, sorry, 200 resource unit, and you lose 240 times 2. That's not a great trade. He's looking good with these clonkers. That's going to be their nickname, by the way. We're always going to refer to these as the Clonker Boys. My only feedback to the devs on this unit is they need to make the noise more emphasized. Like, it should be a full, like, like, you know, like an empty bottle when you hit someone over the head with an empty bottle? It needs to be like that noise. Like, plonk. Boys are looking good. Myriad stopping off for the Rams now. Governorship has still not been upgraded at all by Krakody. Yeah, he already harvested the close stone. He is going to play for one Lucer now, though, moving to the north. We will also, by the way, instead of Clonker Boys, accept the nickname Bam Bam. These are the Bam Bam Clonkers, if you want to be technical about it. And they're good. Myriad. Are we up to 20% now? 30. No, he's already capped. Yeah. Well, because he had like 4 of the Yatais out. So his Matsuri is providing basically almost the same buff you get out of an Arhan Chapel. Only the aura is a lot bigger. And now we're getting the farm switch. So remember, there's a tech, he's researching it, called Yatai Farm Gather. It allows the Yatais to gather off of farms. Yes, he's now going to get +4 per farm in range. So when you spread out your full farm cluster, you can just split one on each side, and boom, that's another 120 passive food a minute. Here's another hilarious thought for you. Textiles is really bad against Kanabo. Oh, that's hilarious, actually. Men-at-Arms, this is not going to be a funny story for them. The crossbowmen do counter the samurai as well as the Kanabo, but the mounted samurai is surprisingly effective against those crossbowmen. Dives in from the backside. Elephants get swept. The men-at-arms are getting clonked down. We do have a states level 2, so he's been able to access the additional techs. He can go for samurai bow now that allows your samurai to gradually shoot people down from ranged. Hasn't chosen to yet, but he has at least benefit from a 10% increase in health now. And it's on the way. Here you go. Samurai bow now coming in. Guys, I think it's fair to say the age of the samurai is upon us. And it's looking kind of scary. You thought mounted samurai was the final form? Man with big stick samurai is the final form. Look at those arms. Oh my god, they're so defined. Oh my. You could hang Kilyadi and Dumu on each side of a bar, and these guys would lift it with one hand. What the hell? I think this one's over, folks. I don't know if we're going to get to see the samurai bows. Like, if I'm Mira, I'm like, please don't leave before I shoot you. And then Crack's like, what do you mean shoot me? You're only building melee units. Like, that would be insane if melee units could actually shoot. Like, what kind of game would that? Oh my god, they shoot! They even get the awesome looking bow on their back. Oh man, I'm getting full Total War Shogun 2 vibes right now. Kaboom! Nice little 8 damage shot. And yes, it does still get the bonus against melee infantry. And that, folks, is why if you want to beat Sangoku Daimyo, it's very difficult to play them at a macro game. Yeah, I think the downside of Sangoku is to attack them. This game, Krakeny tried to outgreed them, and he learned the hard way that the Age of Samurai is something to avoid by stopping them before they reach it. Yeah, at this point, we're just going to burn down the landmarks to end the game. Oh, he did get the upgrade on the Bakar. So you see what I mean about this scales quite nicely. 220 food now. But, you know, it only scales as long as it survives, and I don't think it's going to survive for long. Wait, was he repairing with wood? It looked like it for a moment. I don't think so, though. I'm pretty sure it costs stone to repair these. Because they're castles. He's going for the Eye of Sauron! Quick! Look away! So, Curse of Aliyah allows you to debuff the attack speed of anything attacking the castle. From wherever it is. It works on castles, works on everything. And yeah, he does use stone. We were right. Here you go, guys. Are you ready? We're about to watch some Lord of the Rings, but unfortunately for Krakeny, we are watching the very end of the trilogy. Eye of Sauron has been activated, but it's not looking good. Oh, no. I mean, just let it burn instead, right? So he spent 150 gold on that, by the way. That's per castle. It's not all castles. Comes in with the clutch repair. I don't know if it's really going to clutch it up for him, though. So in fairness, this is now much harder to kill. Because if he starts burning it, it's going to decrease his attack speed by quite a bit. It's going to take him like over 2 seconds. There you go. Like he went from 1.8 seconds on torch to 2.38. It doesn't matter, though. Sauron must fall! Wait, where'd the eye go? Okay, it's back again. It blinked! It's beatable! Wait until he's not looking. Okay, wait. Hold on a sec. Wait. Krakeny, you've become what you hated. What is that? He built a war elephant. This vulgar human being. I don't think it's going to work, though. Wait a second, guys. Oh my god. War elephants can actually lose. He's getting some good trades in there, though. Wait, Krakeny. No, stop it. Oh my god. Sidious is in his ear right now. He's like, do it. Do it. You must destroy him. He's building more war elephants. Myriad has a slight macro issue. Where did all this wood and gold come from? Wait. So Sidious and the Eye of Sauron have come together. War elephants plus Eye of Sauron may have just turned this game around. Uh-oh. Myriad? Buddy, I think we might want more Cannibal Samurai. Because Cannibal Samurai are actually very good against war elephants. Against, like, Raider elephants, Spearman's just going to be better. But against war elephants have 870 HP. So you take a big dollop off them. It's like 60 damage. Wait, it's like 50, 45. I think we're talking about, I think it's like 45 damage you take per strike off of an elephant. And you're a lot tankier than a spear. How is Krakeny not... I'm sorry, can we just... How is Krakeny not just dead in this game? I mean, I thought we were done, but the repair... Oh my god! He just calls it! He doesn't know what to do about Sauron! Alright, we may have birthed early on the Age of Samurai. I might call that a bit of an early GG, but War Elephant still OP? I don't even like that was a win for Krakeny. I don't know, Myriad just he just tapped out. I'm a bit shocked. I don't know, maybe he had to go or something. I don't know if I want to upload that. It's a shame. It was a really good game, but like the GG in that way almost suggests like he just ran out of time. So I don't know if that one's really uploadable. Which is unfortunate, because it was actually cooking up to be something pretty epic. Alright, let's see. What else we got? played ranked for the first time in months and immediately got wrecked by elephants. Welcome back to Age of Empires 4. Did you miss it? Man, you must be looking forward to the expansion. That's going to be a game changer for you. So much different stuff on the horizon. so, like, they wouldn't just add more elephants in the game without balancing the current elephants, right? That would be... Anyway. Anyway. Elephants just don't die? No. They you know, like, elephants don't die. They just get flushed down the toilet and then go back to the ocean to play with their friends. Wait, sorry, that's goldfish. They sleep? Yeah, I like how in the end, like, of all the elephant choices, it's just behold the war elephant. And game is instantly recovered. Oh, thank you. So, let's see what we can check in on next. I'm hoping that's not everything drained. You played Archer Knight and forgot for some reason the Dumbos exist. Yeah, actually, now that I think you kind of done that to yourself. In fairness, if you're building crossbows, you're fine. Like, crossbows is still the counter, but the problem is when you play the Sengoku Daimyo, you don't have standard crossbows, you have Ashigaru. And I don't think most people think to go Ashigaru because the Ashigaru costs more. They're 140 instead of 120. Cast a game of Beastie Cutie? We can't, darling. His data is privated. So that's a no. Just having a look and seeing if there's anyone else. Who's Bobby Johnson? Who's this guy? Core privated. Zerton, deliver me. A privated account. Okay. SAS privated. I think Magic's privated. Magic would probably unprivate if I asked him. Bless him. He was a good lad. I was like, you want to play some show match? He's like, oh, I'll just do it for the hell of it. But I haven't got time. I was like, damn. I want my Magic back. Look here. Trying to think who else there is off the top of my head. We know Pop was privated. Vortex and Lucifer are privated now. Who am I forgetting? We've already done some Louis games. Maybe Magic and Poppy can show match on lunch break in a few minutes. Like speed run a series. Oh, that'd be interesting. No, I'm gonna respect Wham show match between Wham and Louis and not touch those. Because I know that's from a show match. Dude, who am I forgetting that we can check on? Numenor didn't get access. That's not an option. Gully doesn't have access. MSN doesn't have access. Deniska doesn't have access. Elyona I don't think has access or hasn't played. I don't think Mia Micah has access. We might be cooked, chat. Oh, wait, Pog. Mia Micah does have access. Hold up. Ah, they played a bunch of games versus bots. Yeah. Not really the content you want. That's interesting though. Like, all of his clan got access. So quite a few Vietnamese people got access. But then we have like people who are top pros without access, or other content creators without access. Faye said she wasn't going to play the test server, right? I think Faye hasn't touched it. Nah, Faye didn't play. Starflunk, maybe? There's a problem like these people just, they don't just need to play, they need to find someone to play with, and they also then need to not be privated. Starflunk doesn't. Mahodo doesn't have access. Philosboto doesn't have access. He spends too much time in my DMs telling me how he's better than all the other players instead of proving it. Matisse, I think, has access, but he's privated. Start spamming ranked. Yeah, some people just decided to play ranked on the normal server. I'm like, huh? Dude, there's like all this new shiny content. What's going on? I mean, it takes a bit of organizing, but just find someone to play with and go party. Whoop, whoop. So Murad's privated. Jiwei hasn't played. Kilyadi didn't get access. B doesn't have access. Scatterbrain doesn't have access. Vortex and Lucifron's games are privated. I can't cast them. I feel like that's pretty much everyone. There's a lot of people without access. Yep. Which is kind of comical when you realize the other whoopsie-doozle. Which some people already know about, but I won't talk about. I don't want to expose a flaw. Give me a sec. Voldemort does have access, but he hasn't... I don't think he's got anyone to play against. He only just started like playing, so he's just playing skirmishes. Are they private because of the DLC? Well, they shouldn't be private. Like, that's the problem. Like, literally every account on the test server should be public. So that everyone can just craft content of any kind. You know, if people want to go cast other people's games, you should be able to. If people want to check in, like, let's say, like, Wham sees a really cool build from, like, Beastie and he wants to break down that build in, like, a post video, or Poppy Paw sees a really cool build from Sass and he wants to break it down, whatever it's going to be, like, that should be allowable. And I would die on that hill, but I think that's the way it should be. Obviously, I've been, like, stringent about, like, so the exception has been, like, if you're paying for something, I think it's kind of different. So, like, for example, like, we pay for the show matches, so I said to other people, can you please not upload these on your channels, because, like, I've literally paid for this content, right? Whereas, like, if everyone has open access and we just all go for it and we end up seeing games, whatever, it's fair game. That just makes sense to me. It's the same reason why, for example, Warman hosted a show match between Louis and Wham, and I will not even look at those games. Because that's paid for content she paid for. It's not reasonable to look at it. Unless like I was gonna give her insane amount, like she agreed, and I gave her like insane amounts of like hype and like, yo, let me advertise, guys. Remember to go support this channel because they're the person that done this. Like maybe, but if it was just like me blindly doing it with no reference, like acting as if it's like my content and I was the one that paid for it, or whatever, then it's different. Just having a look here. I feel like there's someone I've forgotten. Sort of isn't playing AoE4 at the moment. I thought he'd be back by now, but I think he's still playing StarCraft. Maybe some Asian players? Did Creator get access at all? Maybe Creator? But I don't know if he's got anyone to play with. Baltoon's private. Scarlet Devil, maybe? Yeah, man, I'm like, I'm chugging along here. I'm running out of names. CSO's probably got like Chinese character name, so I won't be able to read it. They were like, yeah, like Scarlet hasn't played in 3 days, and they were just doing cheats on testing some things. What's CSO's count called? Why does Marine Lord not have access? He does have access. He just didn't want to play. That's his choice. He just went like, dude, he's just like, he's been winning everything. He just wants to take some time to unwind, which is absolutely fine. He'll be back. Don't you worry. Let's see if this rank 1 account on the ladder has access. No. Is there anyone I missed here? I don't think so. I think we've been over everyone as an option. I might just take the opportunity to go eat with my fam in like 20 minutes if we can't like find a game. Like I get like if it was a bit early, I might have done a Crucible run, but I don't think there's much point now because like a Crucible run would be 45 minutes, and I wouldn't just want to do run. We want to do a few like on really hard difficulties where I get stomped in 20 minutes just to like get in the flow. I don't think XLav has access. Give You Anxiety probably did have access. He just doesn't play. Same with Soldier. Soldier last logged on to the test servers in 2023. So Eric maybe? Eric BR? Problem is like your brain gets to the point where it's like, well, even if one of these people is active, who have they been, like, we've already listed all these other names. Who they've been playing against? Then like you're looking for the golden chalice of 2 people. You're like, oh, this just ain't feasible. What's annoying is like it's the new ranked, so like I wish I could check the old ranked on the leaderboards so that I could look at the actual real established order so that I could figure out like, oh yeah, I forgot that top level name. But I can't do that. So I've now got like new rank that started the other day where a lot of people are inflated and like not the correct people are there. Downfall doesn't have access. It's kind of wild when I look at Quick Match 1v1 and Kapoch is in the top 10 and he hasn't played in 2 years. Oh, what? Also, whatever happened to Yui Metal? That guy was meant to be the Chinese GOAT until Louis came along. Yui just disappeared like 2 years ago. That'll be 6 p.m. GMT on the 4th, so tomorrow. So you've got basically 25 hours until release. You know who else I miss? Good old Snooper. Like, F's in chat for Snooper. We miss that fuzzy Australian and his goofy builds. I think he full-on just stopped streaming as well. Like, I think he for a little bit tried going to Company Heroes and then just stopped streaming as well. Which is big sad. And we lost quite a few people, actually, now that I think about it. Oh, maybe this Chinese account? Let's have a look. Nope, doesn't show up. Dude, I'm just like... I'm hungry for a game. Like, you guys gotta realize I'm just going for... Like, this is like my experience on the server. Hidden. Not playing. Shout out to Crackety Legend. But then you get like hidden. I mean, some of these are hidden, they won't be active. Like Mister's not gonna be playing. He's got other things right now. Hidden. Shout out to Corvinus. Shout out to Louis. Hidden. Also doesn't have access. Kind of new here, so honest question, do you play the game a bunch too or just cast games? I cast. I focus on casting because that's what my content is. I can show you the Crucible It's just like, sadly, we won't have enough time today. But the first day of reveal we had last week, which was Thursday, we did show off the Crucible towards the end of the stream. But, I mean, like, I can quickly... The food's going to be ready soon, so I won't be able to do a full run. But, like, yeah, so you have these 4 different maps. And you can select the difficulties from easiest all the way down to absurd. The only one you have unlocked, the hardest one is hardest. And then each time you complete a difficulty, you'll unlock the next tier. But once you've cleared something like hardest, for example, hardest, ridiculous, outrageous, and absurd, also they have an additional tier called Conqueror mode. And Conqueror mode is Keckle mode on, like, your existence. You dive real fast. So, like, if we go Sangoku, for example, and then... Because in this mode, resources are down to half, and you also have to deal with... Let's go Conk mode here. Resources are down to half, and you also have to deal with extra crap trying to kill you. So, for example, there'll be a giant ass trebuchet that blows up your buildings every minute. Make a video on YouTube. It's in the VODs. It's in the VODs for Thursday. If you check Thursday, whatever day that was, I think 30th. It'll be towards the tail end. We done a run with the Tughlaq. So you get these boons at the start. You can choose from. So you berry bushes gain 250 more food. All units permanently heal 45 health per minute. It's pretty nice. I usually quite like Equilibrium, but I am really tempted towards healing. But you'll be a meat grinder in late game. We could reroll. Let's reroll. That's perfect. Eagle Eye is great. Increased range on archers and attack speed is good. That's great for the other game. So, let's get to work. So, I've got a bunch of perks on. One of them includes getting extra scouts, which is a huge advantage early on. I recommend this as like a high priority. Go get this tech, because it just allows you to get so much extra value early on. Just gathering all of these little deposits of food and whatnot. Alright, so we're going to want to set up our Matsuri straight away. There's a great spot for Matsuri. We'll be able to do tree line, gold, and whatever. And the Matsuri, remember, is going to buff the area. We want to actually be switching onto wood straight away anyway, because we want to get your tie out early, and we want to go into archers. And normally, you can get what you need to age up out of scouting anyway for the resources. So, we'll keep going around these ways. There's a relic here. So we have got objectives. Relic cart is pretty rubbish early on. And this is the BS I was talking about. This thing is going to try to blow you up regularly. We have got the meteorite in the corner, which I don't think is as OPA with Sangoku, but does have some usages. So remember, if you gather from the meteorite, you get gold and stone from it. Okay, so those are archers. I'm not even going to try and dive in. My frame rate just dipped like crazy there. Holy. There's gold there, but we can't go for it. We can, however, go for this food, which is great. And we should be ready to tech in a second. And we're going to start building into the Yatai anyway. So tech up, ready to go. I usually like the idea of Koka here, but maybe Ryokan is worth it in this mode. Let's try Koka. Whatever I'm going to do, I want to be fast, because remember, this is a very hard difficulty. Like, the waves get pretty rough pretty fast. But I do have a buffer here. These outposts, I've upgraded my perk system so they all have cannon emplacements. And there's the big rock, guys. Guess what's about to disappear? No, not that. Why? I mean, I guess I've got like no other... Dude, out of all the things you could target, that is the most toxic thing. Remember, the Matsuri is the thing we want to scale. Oh no, and I lost track of that scout. That's bad. Oops. I don't think we can creep in here. Actually, maybe we can be quick. Run. Man, I've been scammed so hard by that. I'm annoyed. I can't, like... So this is what I mean. It's going to do that every minute and a half. It's so freaking toxic. So first wave's coming in. It starts really, like, weak and slow, but it will scale quickly. So you need to make sure it's scaling army and not just being the greediest person in the neighborhood. There are situations where you can be ultra greedy. So a perfect example is there is actually a boon you can get. Remember, you get the boons at the start and then occasionally here. Like, the next one is 7 minutes. One of them makes TCs really cheap and allows you to build them in the Dark Age. So that's a pretty popular one. And you can just restart the game to re-roll your starting boon options. It's not fixed. That is a terrible house, but whatever. Just place it. And then you... Do we want a second Matsuri here? Probably not this early, actually. Let's just go for extras of these. We want to rally out towards the boar and whatnot. And wait, bandit house? No, 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 no. Leave me alone. Hello, hello. Hello, leave me alone. Get out of here. Get out. Angry little Viking men. Alright, anyway. Archery range, let's set that up now. So Yumi's going to be your best friend, really. Just drop 30 houses, right? I'm going to have to, actually. It's not a bad strat. But obviously, the problem is doing that is you need the wood for other things. Is that going to go after my outpost? Like, oh, no, dude, it might. No, 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 no. You can see on the mini-map. It's an outpost. No. Dude, I should have fortified these. Wait. Pog! He hit the landmark. You goofer. That's perfect. I want him to hit the landmark because the landmark I can repair. It's not going to insta-die on me. Perfect, chat. That's a good vibe. So we have a Yatai coming out here towards the board. We want to get additional Yatais out ASAP. We've got to balance it because obviously, like, if we just spam another Yatai, we won't have Yumi. But we don't need Yumi right now because we've got cannons. I got a scout. Oh, yeah. It's annoying because I'd usually keybind my scout to just, like, 1 or 2. But I should triple keybind if I'm going to do that here. We need to triple keybind. Whatever, just keep building houses here. I'm that guy. Yeah, I usually go pretty hard on wood this early on. We want to scout deeper in the map because there's loads of extra resources to be found. So we've got Yatai out there. We've got second scout, which should really come over here. We've got a few Yumi coming out. Great. Should really need more right now. And then we just want extra Yatais, don't we? Oh. No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Okay, so we want to go for these besieged camps as well. They're only early men-at-arms, so, like, it's a realistic objective to aim for. They're not too ridiculous. Same with this. Like, actually, like, archers. So if I can get the forge +1. I don't have a forge. I forgot. Yeah, because we done the thingy. Right, let's just do that. Oopsie. Didn't want to build a trader out of this. So, Yatai's coming out. Where's the other ball? I could creep this round here. I think that works fine. And there you go, guys. Cannon emplacements. Whoop, whoop. Megatreb's going to shoot me in the face again in a second. We built some houses, though, so RNG, please be on my side. This thing has 6,000 HP, by the way. It's not easy to kill, but you're going to want to try and get rid of it somewhat quick, which is why we are going to keep scaling more. Yumi. Nice. That's perfect. I want him to attack that type of building. We screwed up. This forge should be here. God, this is going to be terrible to look at. I'm just going to build a mat. Like, whatever. It's like, it's worth building a Matsuri, actually. Because we want to start getting our Takeda levels as well. Not Takeda, you know, our state levels, so like Daimyo levels. Perfect. Suckers. So that's clearing the bandits out, which is nice. Bandits are usually pretty annoying otherwise. And then we want to just get a bunch of Yumi going. Uh-oh. Okay, that's fine. And then we want blacksmith upgrades. Blizz. Why have I done this to myself? We should also get wheelbarrow. In case it's not apparent, I don't usually play the game. So this is not going to be the best gameplay in the world. But we're playing Conqueror Bait. No! Please, 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 leave, please, please, leave it, leave it, leave it, leave it, leave it, leave it. Let me have my food. Let me have my food. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. No, leave it alone. I don't think they're gonna leave it alone. Well, that's slightly annoying. Anyway. Alright, so head over there next. Go and get lumber upgrades. Why have I got a scout in there? I've got way too many villages. Might want to start adding in... Let's go Oda clan straight away. Cannons protect me. Ooh. Yeah, the cannons just carry early game. Like, I recommend it as a priority upgrade in your perk system. I would not recommend trying to play these higher difficulties without any perks at all, but you can treat that as an ultra challenge run. It will be ultra challenging for sure. Okay, so we can get another Yatai now because we lost the... Wait, where'd it go? Oops. Just repair that and go. We need to cancel some of those archers, actually. We'll sort a new lumber camp in a sec. Did we have another Yatai coming out? No, we didn't yet. I guess we could send a... Where could we send the Yatai for maximum gains? I need to clear these type of objectives too. Anyway, my main priority, let's get rid of like this type of stuff because you get some free units as well. No, just send these guys over here. We have a lot of stone gathering. Okay, let's play those out. Remember, I've got the ability to buff my guys. So I'm getting better attack speed and better range. Like, these are actually longbow range Yumi. Which does sound pretty ridiculous to say out loud, actually. We'll be able to tech soon, though. I got a lot of stone. I think I got too much stone. Let's switch on to wood now. Because I'm going to want to start setting up some farms soon. Because my Matsuri should be buffing up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I may have fluffed up slightly. I didn't pay attention when the wave was coming. But we can get the increased damage on my Yumi. Protect me, cannon. So you really want to time when you go for side objectives between when the waves come. Like, early game is one of the best times to try and find your way, because you can scale things like Yumi you're seeing here really quick. It's kind of your best friend. Okay, so this will give me access to the archery range now, which is good. We're fine. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here, chat. So we want... Where are we going to go for food? We can't go to the Bandito camp, so we might as well just accept that we're going to go to there. I mean, we could have went to these berries, but we're eating them now anyway. Okay, nice. We've now got an extra one of these. Wood, berry bushes. There you go. So fast expand is great late, like early, but like we don't really want it now for the TC build and cost. So we got kind of crappy options here. Maybe I go berry bushes having more food. These are really bad options. I should have saved my reroll. Wood! Okay, hear me out, chat. The reason we would, you know why. It's time to just spam the crap out of a bunch of farms now that we can actually afford a lot of them. Oopsie. Oh, and I just realized we need... Let's go for these. Set up a lumber camp as well. Okay, so we're going to start marching towards this objective. Because we want to try and get rid of this now. Because it's proving to be annoying. Like I said, I got to eat soon. Now I feel like I'm committed. And we'll go for Yatai farm gatherers pretty quick. Scoot. Move. Out of Dustway. So nice little lava base here. So you have these side objectives that like have loads of resources. That's the really big one though. That's the castle drop. We don't want to mess with that. Oh, nice. Suckers. Oopsie. Because I haven't got them rally back. That is a big slip up. Oopsie. Eh? Wrong button. Not the best counter situation, but whatever. I'm trying to just aggro. I mean, that base does not matter. I do not care about that base. It's like whatevs. So we could go for extra Takeda levels, which isn't a bad idea. So let's go for it now. You can eventually get deflective on all your range units. Although, to be fair, I feel like you're better off going towards melee max out, so we might actually just go melee plus ranged. Okay. I need to gather gold, I just realized. I'm pretty bad on that. Whoops. Matsuri's not even close to maxed out. It feels like it's been really slow, actually. But nice! We got some Iki monks. However, until we tech up, we can actually not use them to gather relics. So we need to get that tech up sorted. We also need to sort our housing situation. Oops. Oh, and we want to bring a Yatai over here. Dude! Stop funking with my vibe. Alright. Sake Brewery, I'm a really big fan of here. Sake Brewery is incredible. Where do I put it that isn't going to be awkward? That might end up being awkward. Whatever, we'll have to build another Matsuri. I'm definitely not being optimal with my Matsuris. I know that much. Let's also get some Daimyo boys out. So we're eventually going to want some unit diversity here. Eventually. No, my Yatai. Hiya. Yatai down, GG. F's in chat for the Yatai that was. The little Yatai that couldn't. What did we hit? I don't know what you hit there. It's a bit weird. Anyway. Oh, we got some villagers. We're going to try to take out that annoying building now. That annoying unit. So these are only early men-at-arms. The problem is I just realized actually he has knights as well. And I totally just tried to attack him with Yumi. Well, I have got a spearman. Go, little spearman. Don't stop. Oh, he blew up a farm. That's the nice thing about setting up farms early, actually, yeah. Because he'll target them. Maybe that's the optimal strat. Okay, so we said we want to start adding in other units soon. Probably going to go the Rax route instead of the cavalry route. Very good. Now we get infinite gold. I want to set up some Matsuris. And, bro, can you stop with that? Alright, whatever. Let's upgrade our Yumi. You've got access to Tanegashima Tate, but Tate is pretty useless right now because we don't have any of the boys. Gold has ran out here. Where can I reliably get gold? Yeah, sure, let's go up there. So, age up complete. We want to start going for relics. One could go up here, actually. The only awkward thing about this is, like, it's going to be a pain in the ass to kill because I need some melee units. So maybe this is where actually cavalry would have been pretty good now that I think about it. Yeah, this is where I probably should have had melee earlier because now I might lose these really, really useful defenses. Unless... I haven't got many villages nearby either. Oh, that's very annoying. Not le canon. These are my cannons is a really big problem, actually. Oh, wait, do they have villages repairing them? What? That's a bit cheeky. Yeah, I totally forgot about the rams. I was too fixated on other things. Oops. Got lots of gold. We need to just get more boils. Let's keep them close by. Oh, save it. You. Good lads. Alright, we have a need for more people on wood, actually. So let's switch some of these guys across. Oh, that's interesting, by the way. The trebuchet will actually attack you. Oh, that's even more annoying. Like, is there just infinite villagers that keep spawning with that? I think that might be. That's die. What? Guys, I maybe needed more samurai than this. Oops. It's fine. Maybe Spees would have made sense. Maybe. It's fine. Defend, boys. Defend. Alright. Some melee techs. And I'm used to having more forges, but with the Matsuri build, not so much. And by the way, you cannot wall low, unfortunately. It is a heartbreaker. It's the first time I've tried to go off the trebuchet, and it's been a pain in the ass. I feel like I could have actually just ignored it a lot longer than I should have. Okay, so we definitely need more production. And I think we want to be on the melee train. Choo-choo. Yeah, being here has just been pointless because they just keep spawning. So I just need to get a bunch of melee together. So Castle of the Crow is usually a good shout for age 4. But so is Sword Hunt Statue with the aura. The aura is pretty sick. So I think we're going to go for the aura because it just increases your attack speed so much. So yeah, let's do that. I need to build additional yatai. Almost forgot about those. Okay, so keep patrolling. Let's get some of the Tanegashima boys ready. Alongside more Yumi. I need to get more food. Whoops. Shutting down those farms may have been a bit of a mistake. Oops. Okay. Stealth cannon placements, which is good. Is it me or is it super slow? The ramp up is slower than other RTSs, but is that necessarily a bad thing? And you're watching someone play who like spends all of his time casting, not playing. So it's very different. Oh, dude, I forgot about the besiege camp, so I just lost that dude. No. What a noob. Alright, bring back second relic. And we've got the Tanegashima boys arriving. So we need more gold. Let's also get Undermesh. Really good idea. Let's get recruiting. We've got more buffs coming in. Are we only at 15%? It's been a very weird game on that, actually. Just realized I've got lots of these guys built in reserve. I'm going to max out my samurai first. And we can get level 2 into the Hojo clan. So we're going to do that now. I really want to place them up here, around here. Like, yeah, actually, like, yeah, we'll switch that around. You guys can build this. We're right next to it after all. Then after that, go that way. Good. Oh, we got their attention. I really need to push out for more relics soon, though. Annoying, but dealable. Relic cart might be worth it. I'm not entirely convinced, though. And there is wood still here. Let's go get that. That's a little bit of an extra thing. So Yumi probably worth just upgrading on the way. And then let's just spam a few more of them out. More samurai. We're just like Giga Brain Samurai. I'm going to split some of these guys off to actually go deal with that Treb now. That should be enough, I would hope. You watch. In the end, it'll just be cavalry. After all this effort, I'll be like, I should have just sent cav. Oh, new boon. Heavy cav buffing the damage of other things is nice. 3 new relics is always pretty sick with this type of civ. I'm actually going to go for the 3 relics. I like that. That's pretty strong. Like, for me in this situation, I think the relics is just more worth it. Because, like, this civ will need a lot of gold, is the thought. Just build the houses. I can't be bothered. I'm done with this crap. Just build the houses. Thank you. Okay, so good thing we still got some Yumi because we have Whoopsie Daisy Springalds incoming. Let's go straight for those. Just want the springs gone. That is actually a lot of spearmen. Let's get more Yumi. Alright, there we go. Let's put a lumber camp over here. We're out of gold in this area as well. Ugh. Well, good thing I'm getting those extra relics, guys, because I'm going to need them. And, oh no, I've attracted the ire of some annoying guys. Let's just send those down, though. Like, the bandits don't upgrade is the good news. And over here, we are actually doing it, guys. Woohoo! We're actually beating it. Let's get some melee techs as well. Just buff up. Oh, I forgot about these. I just realized I didn't leave many samurai... villagers. You has been summoned. So this is a Mega Ram, guys. They have 3,000 HP, but you can cheese them a little bit, like this. Get them, boys. I found their weakness. Alright, Trevor's... Oh, dude, of course you're going to fire again. That's just cheeky. I've still only got 1 forge, and that's a mistake. And also, I need to set up university. I haven't been doing that either. But Taifan's definitely a research choice now. This small group, I want to start dealing with these, because otherwise I'm going to keep getting flank raided by banditos. Nice. That's that threat gone. You can now think about accessing this meteorite in the back corner. It's a good idea. Let's go for this. So this should be maxed out. No, dude, we're still not maxed out? That's weird. I feel like we should be maxed out. Let's make sure we're sending it back there. Yeah, that should cap me in a sec then. Very good. Nice. We got some villagers. Wahoo! Not really that important, but wahoo! What's more important is getting this relic. I like shinies. I just realized, I was like, wait, I don't think I've rallied all these guys. Trebs are always going to be an internal annoyance here. Let's get these upgrades out here on the tower. These guys can go in. Yeah, let's get those upgrades. Still need to do with the banditos in the corner there. We did just get this champion, Horseman champion, buffs nearby cavalry by +6. It's pretty good, but not for our strat. Like, we kind of rolled bad stuff on this map for the strat we're going for. That's another thing you're going to want to do, is you're going to want to, like, optimize around that. Spoiling us with the streams. I'm in the grind mode. I just realized this whole time we haven't been using Shinobi, which is pretty bad. Because these guys are pretty nice for the buff. We should be going for Samurai Bow, because it's just extra stuff. Go, frag out on them. Get them, boys. He's got champions. Da-na-na-na-da-da-da-da-da-da. Uh-oh, that may be accessed a bit too easily. Am I just attacking a tree? I'm pretty sure it was, yeah. Oops. Alright, let's get rid of the lumber camp there. Got way too many people on wood. The classic experience. We've all been there. I guess we just pivot these people, actually. Some of them, anyway. Actually, why am I doing that? I've literally got a farm right there. Oops. Teehee. A farmhouse, rather. It's pretty bad placement, I just realized. Oops. Anyway. Did we... Oh, wait. We got beaten by... Oh, okay. I was pretty confident they were just going to win that. Might be. Is this hardest conk? This is... Yeah, hardest conk. There's still higher difficulties than this, but, like, being on conk is its own challenge within the sub-challenge. It's very weird in that regard. So when you've done, like, the hardest difficulty, you actually haven't, because then you need to switch over onto conk. So we're Imperial, but we haven't... I just realized we haven't been building Daimios, which is really bad. Daimios are going to give me a huge attack speed increase. They are most definitely worth having. So I think I'm just going to... Actually, do you guys even win that? I don't think you guys do. You need some samurai. Teehee. Now you guys can win that. Might even be worth adding in some Ikko-Ikkis. Some Ikki monks. Are we... Nice. We're now buffed out maximum on the Matsuri. Maybe it's worth setting one up here because it'll be away from the combat. So we'll redirect them all there. We need to get Incendiary Node tactics now. That's really bad gathering. Well done, guys. You've embarrassed me in front of all my friends. Alright, we still need to get more blacksmith techs. Spam them all at this stage, really. We never finished off those buildings, I just realized. Oops. Kind sir, if you would not mind, you've got one whole big job. Oh, there's still a little gold there, I didn't realize. We also need to start capturing the sacred sites. Whatever, that's not perfect, I don't care. So we got Ikko-Ikkis somewhere? So hard to see them. That's why I don't like being that zoomed out. Ugh. So go get sacred sites, because they shouldn't really contest me on that. And that's just extra gold in your pocket. Send the samurai around the back. Ikko-Ikki heal! Ikko-Ikki hold. Icky sticky monks, boys. We're not even getting our eco text fully, are we? No. What's that now? Leave me alone. I'll tell my dad. Whee! Oh, I think the other Ikko-Ikki got stuck in attack mode. Yeah, I actually like the idea of adding in a few Ikko-Ikkis. That paid off. So, as you go deeper into this run, the Kanabo Samurai are actually going to be good. Deeper in the run. We still need to gather some stone, I just realized. So we'll start that now. The reason we want stone is we want to get the final tier. So we can get our final state unlocked, is the idea. And we still have extra Yatai. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, like you should stick one down here. This one's definitely got enough food. Yeah, shift over there a little. Share the zone, baby. Right, and we go get the relic cart. So the relic cart's interesting. It provides the normal, like, gathering or whatever you get. But on top of that, you'll also buff the health of nearby units by 10% per relic in range. It's very squishy, though, so you have to be careful with positioning. And what's up, Packer? Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, guys, subbing helps a lot. Lets us do content like this, a mixture of caster games. And, well, you guys want to see gameplay of me playing. Now you have someone to judge. Tee-hee-hee. We did get the site, but they're now going there. Relic cart has now been claimed. I like how the view button actually doesn't work. And the relic cart, by the way, already has 2 relics inside of it. Yes. Very good. So we've got more gold down here. We might actually want to shift some people over. Are we that many people on farms? It seems so. We'll let these stoneworkers finish. And then I'm going to shift them down to gather this. I should go deal with the Bandito house. Big boy ram incoming. So sometimes you're going to want to shift sides really quickly to just clear a wave, because otherwise you're going to get hit from multiple sides at once. And then you just get kind of swarmed. Get 'em, boys! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh wait, I just realized that's a big problem. Attack. There we go. Suckers. Landsnake still suck. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So remember, the gunners I'm building, they counter heavy units. I don't think they really care about you 3 villagers, lol. I'm just getting rid of the bandits while I can. Alright, new boon coming in. Spin game bonus against cavalry actually could be a really good shout here for later on. Yeah, I like that the most. In fact, I'm going to start in anticipation getting my other veterancies in for the other unit types. We're definitely going to want to go for silk bowstrings, and also core architects is a pretty good priority. Trade is worth doing on this map. In fact, what we can do is after these guys are done here, I'm going to send them over to the corner here to claim this, and then I'll set up trade in the corner. So remember, we're playing a civ that will need a lot of gold. Alright, so villager density is good. We don't really need more. Make sure we reset these guys a little bit. Rams are coming down there. It's weird that relic cart gets selected with army, but it does kind of make sense. One thing that is kind of annoying with the Yumi bows on the samurai is visually it's very confusing. And yes, silk bowstrings does affect samurai. It's very good. We're definitely overkilling. This is the thing, like when you get in the late game, melee just feels a lot better quite often in most cases. Leave my buildings alone. You guys can go deal with that corner, it's fine. We still didn't build the final tier, did we? No, I just realized that, actually. Let's build it over here. So we said we wanted to go for the Hojo to get the +2 ranged armor on our melee units. It's pretty good. Okay. Wait. Are my boys moving? I sent some archers over, but they apparently didn't get the memo. Oops, they must have been reselected. Hey, T-West. But yeah, silk bowstrings does apply to these samurai, so they now have 8 tar range on their shot. And remember, we've got that buff to archers in general, so our Yumi have 8.5 tar range. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Nice, so we can get the extra ranged armor now. Oh, Landsnakes. Oh my, wait. The Landsnake Obrust? Oh, dude, no. Get rid of him, get rid of him. No, where do you come from? They brought friends! And relics are down. This is what I mean. I don't like the relic being selected with that crap. It's so horrible. I don't want it to be selected. Why is it moving up with my army ever? Huh? Oh, you guys were still on A click over there. Oh, wait. Yeah, you guys can come back, though. You guys should be good enough to take that down. That was ridiculous, though. Like, uh-oh. Rams are a small problem. But Daimyo should deal with that. We're just going to have to rebuild this crap. Nah, it's going to go. What am I missing? Extra melee attacks, extra armor, and then we want chemistry for our Tanegashima boys. Alright, we said about setting up a Matsuri over here. It's also going to be a drop-off building. Because Meteorite, very good. Very OP. I think we got most of the side objects. You could go up here for this, but it's just not worth. Good lord, that line... Dude, the Langeneck champion caught me off guard. I was not expecting that. You guys can reallocate over here. It's a lot safer in this area. Thank you. I just realized this whole game I haven't been getting mining techs, which is... Oops. Petit problème. Oopsie. Do we have an extra shrine? I thought we built an extra shrine. We did not build an extra shrine? Nani? Whatever, let's go deal with this quickly. They should be a bit slower. Charge! It's always I've got the 3 levies coming out. Samurai. Good samurai. Buy me time. Thank you. I'm busy murdering in the south. I will be soon there to murder in the north. I just realized actually that is a slightly damaged thing, so we want to fix that. And we talked about building Eco Iki into the format, and we should be doing that. I like them. They just provide healing, so like your units aren't just going to disintegrate as quickly. Fire your arrows, boys! I love it. Unfortunately, Incendiary doesn't work, but they do get bonus against light, which is really good. Alright, I was meant to go eat my family. Dude, this is what happens. I meant to go eat like 15 minutes ago. We haven't. Our castle's good. Castles are okay, but if you rely wholly on castles to establish your defense, you're going to have a really bad game. Because remember, the siege is going to come in and then just siege you down. So you really do need units as well. Do I really have no Eco Ikis? I do not. I also don't think I've maxed down your ties either. Oops. Oops. Let's try and build a Yatai out there again. I'm sure it's going to end well, like it did last time, XD. This one should be able to exist again, though. Yeah, I could probably have another one of these farms, actually, now that I think about it. I think? Maybe? Right, I'm quickly going to push up a little anyway, before the other wave arrives. It just makes it easier, because then you're not dealing with... Oh, for God's sake! Then you're not dealing with 3 waves at once, is what I was about to say. Before I got massacred by 1 Giga Knight. Please. Por favor, senor. Why? Still no Eco Iki, huh? How are they not spawning, dude? Give them some priority. I may have just headbutted a line of land snakes, which isn't the smartest thing in the world. Sometimes we make choices in life. Oh, by the way, the samurai are a little bit broken right now, guys. Because the samurai are getting affected by the increased range. So my Naginata samurai actually have almost 2 tar range. This does not seem like intended behavior. Oops. Oh, I've got Mako Iki now. Where the hell is that Yatai going? What? Yeah, so if you look at the fight... look at the range! Yeah, they're pretty good! Samurai OP! Who'd have thunk it? Okay, so we wanted to... Where did we put the other shrine? We put it over here, didn't we? Go. Be all you can be. Pick up my goodies. Pick up my dry cleaning, bro. Yes, Yatai. Distract them. What a good guy. Alright, let's make sure we've still got more back here. I might just switch into Tanegashima instead of Yumi now. I'm going to mockingly just get the harvesting tech from you. Because I can. Dun, 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 dun. Uh-oh. We do need to deal with you. Uh-oh. I had the right idea to start adding in gunners. I also should really get the extra range on said gunners, and I need to remember to be just spamming out the daimyo. You guys go El Reparo. You guys... I mean, you're going to die if you run there. Just go back there. They seem to have hand cannoneers now. We may have been slightly hard countered. But mainly it's because this army's down here. Dude, that creeping in the rams is actually proving to be quite annoying. Clear 'em, boys. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's just the comedy of them attacking from so much range. It also kind of counters land snakes quite well. I might need a few more workers. Oopsie. I think I didn't keep up on production, and I'm now paying the ultimate price. Oops. Yeah, I've got big reserves, and I just haven't been producing. All right, guys, that's what I get for being hungry. No, we were 5 minutes away from Conqueror complete. That's bad. Like, the funny thing is, like, we're actually fine if I just kept producing, but it's too late. That ram hits for 600 damage. All right, GG. There you go, guys. Didn't keep up. Yeah, I know I didn't. But it's because I literally kept looking at the time instead of just playing the game. Normally, when I play this, I let time just pass by and have fun, but I was hungry. And also, it's no secret that I'm not the biggest fan of like late game meat grinds anyway. I think it works well in that game mode. I just forgot to keep queuing. I think what happened is I got way too distracted by the south side rams, and then when I was doing things there, I wasn't queuing up more crap. So it is what it is. But hopefully you guys like that. You want me to play the game? Literally, that's like the first time I played the game in 4 days, and then before that, it's only been a handful. So I take that as a win. But yeah, that's a little show and tell of the new game mode. We might do more in the future. I don't know. It depends on whether people want it as content. But like, I think it's the type of thing that people enjoy playing themselves, but maybe not watching other people play. KP playing as a content itself, I don't know. We'll see how many people would like that. I feel like people always prefer watching the pros play, which is unfortunate. Like, dude, I mean, you're living in Dreamland as a content creator. If you can literally just go like live and just be playing the game and everyone just watches, who knows? Maybe. Who's ranked number 1 AoE4 World? Haven't a clue. But guys, I am late for my food. I'm gonna go eat my family now. Otherwise, I would play some more. Because it is pretty fun and pretty addictive. I don't know, maybe we'll like turn this into content on Mondays. Maybe on Mondays we'll just have like, you know, go for challenge runs. Casters such as you play, we get more info about the game. Well, I think the thing I'd say is like I talk a lot compared to maybe like pros playing because they have a different mentality. Or is good, useful info or not. Whatever. But guys, that's going to be it. I'm going to end the stream now. Let's have a look. See. No one doing new content. No one on test server at all. Is Big Sag. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll, like I said, maybe someone can do on Mondays. Like, I kind of want to vary up the content. Because the goal here is, like, to build a community, not just, like, be the tournament channel, because just trying to be the tournament channel doesn't work. At least that's my feeling on it. But we'll see. It could be cool to try and do, like, you know, Conqueror hardest difficulty runs, stuff like that. Might be cool. But, guys, I think we might raid someone small today. Someone's vibing on the campaign. Community games used to be Friday. Yeah, and then we had to try and be obsessed with chasing numbers so we can get sponsors. And I still have to chase numbers to get sponsors. I don't know. Woe to just have a sugar daddy. Then you just do whatever you want. Uh,